Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Yes, Daniel Blood. I'm a special agent with the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you worked for BCI?
It's going to be 5 years in December.
Where did you work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a detective with the McKenzie County Sheriff's Office in McKenzie County, North Dakota. Before that, I was a patrol officer with the Watford City Police Department. I was a patrol officer before that with the Dilworth City Police Department in Dilworth, Minnesota. And before that, I was with the Benson County Sheriff's Office in Benson County, North Dakota.
So altogether, how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
15 years.
What sort of training or education do you have to work in law enforcement?
As far as formal education, I have a 2-year degree from the Hibbing Community College in law enforcement. I have a lot of law enforcement related training. Probably the biggest training is the National Forensic Academy that I attended from January to March of 2018. Also been to a lot of other related law enforcement training. Specifically as far as crime scene goes, I've been to bloodstain reconstruction classes, shooting reconstruction, alternative light source workshops, and numerous other things.
What was your assignment within BCI in January of 2020?
In January 2020, I was assigned, my primary assignment is to the North Dakota Human Trafficking Task Force and to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
Is that what you were doing in January of 2020 as well?
Yes.
Did you get called in to assist with this case?
I did, yes.
How did you become involved?
I don't exactly remember, but I believe it was another special agent that called me that asked me to come assist because they know I have experience and an interest in crime scene forensics. And they asked me to come and assist at the residence search warrant. Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. Where did you respond to?
4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burleigh County.
And what did you assist with at that time?
At that crime scene, my general responsibilities was just kind of a general search and location for trying to locate forensic evidence.
What was the date of that search?
January 6, 2020.
What areas of the home were you assigned to search?
I guess I wasn't given a specific assignment to search this area. I kind of generally searched the entire residence along with generally the first thing I remember doing is we went downstairs and looked at the furnace, but I don't have a lot of experience at furnaces, so I guess I kind of just waited there until they were ready, and then I helped search up the upstairs of the residence, mainly focusing, I believe it was the southeast bedroom, the bedroom where there was most damage that we could see.
Was there anything that you seized during that search?
Yes, during that search, I located a Crown Royal bottle in the bedroom on the nightstand, and it was a Proper 12. It's a liquor bottle that was found on the bed of the residence.
I've given you state's exhibits numbers 97 and 98. Are those the bottles that you seized on that date?
Yes.
Are they in substantially the same condition as when you found them?
Yes.
I would offer state's exhibits 97 and 98, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. The exhibits 97 and 98 are received.
Was there anything else that you assisted in doing in that bedroom?
Yes. We located what we believed to be bullet defects in the east wall of the bedroom, like a shotgun spread. And I assisted with, basically I just went and I marked them with, I think it was whiteout, but just to make it clear where the defects had entered the wall, I just kind of painted around them and marked it. I also helped the other agent, I think it was Agent Meese, remove that from the wall. We had to saw it out, and we took the piece of the nice spread of what we believe to be shotgun pellets out of the wall. Also, there was what appeared to be blood on the carpet on the end of the bed, and I cut a piece of that carpet out, did a phenolphthalein test it's like a presumptive test for human blood. Like you put a sample in there, you shake it up with the chemicals. I believe it's alcohol, then phenolphthalein, then hydrogen peroxide in that order, and it gives you a presumptive test if it is human blood.
What were the results of that test?
The test was positive for human blood.
So you indicated you removed a piece of the carpet?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
To send it to the crime lab for confirmation, because the preliminary test is only presumptive, so you send it to the lab for real confirmation.
I've given you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 93. Is that the piece of carpet that you had removed?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you had done in that residence, or any items of evidence that you had seized?
No, I do not believe so.
What was the next thing that you did in this investigation?
The next day, on January 7th, I was asked to come to the search warrant at the Staybridge Suites in Bismarck, North Dakota, to assist with that search warrant of a hotel room.
And what date was that?
January 7th, 2020.
What was your role during that search?
I was a photographer for that day, and
So-
to search too.
So what is the first thing that happens during any search?
Well, usually the first thing is you clear the residence, you make sure nobody's in there and everything, and the other officers had already done that. As far as photographer goes, the first thing that we like to do is take overall shots. So I go in there by myself and I take overall photographs to make sure, to basically document the state that the room is in before anybody searches or anything.
So that's typically before anything is moved or seized or taken out of place.
Yes.
Is it possible that something could be moved or taken out of place when clearing the residence?
Possibly, if it needs to be moved to, generally if it needs to be moved to make sure a human being isn't in there, like I've seen, closet doors opened up and stuff like that, so you don't see that a person is in there. But generally you move anything smaller than what a human could fit into, unless the officers bump into something or just like that.
So as you were taking those overall photos, did you find anything of interest in the hotel room?
I didn't see anything that stuck out to me right away when I was taking the overalls.
So you didn't seize anything when you were taking the overalls?
No, I did not.
Is that typical for the photographer who's taking overall pictures to seize any items at that time?
No.
So as the photographer as well, if something's found that is of evidentiary value, what happens?
Generally, as a photographer, when somebody finds something, you're supposed to call out, hey, I found something, and you come take a picture before you manipulate it, you collect it, or you do anything to it. Sometimes it does happen where something might be moved a little bit or this or that, but it's our standard operating procedure to, hey, call out, I come take a picture of it, and then you collect it as evidence.
During that search, were you called over to a kitchen area to a counter where medications were discovered?
Yes.
Is the- Is it switched over to my computer? Okay. So you recall seeing the medications on the counter when you were doing your overall photos?
Yes.
And you were called over to take further pictures of those, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were called over to take the further pictures of them, had they been moved from their original position?
I do not believe so, no.
I've handed you a photograph that's marked as State's Exhibit number 275. Do you recognize the photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that date?
Yes.
I would offer 275, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
275 is received.
So that's just the close-up of the medications that were on the counter?
Yes, this is a close-up photograph of the medications from the counter.
And those medications were seized as well?
Yes.
So I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those items in substantially the same condition as when you found them?
Yes.
And are they the medications that were on that kitchen counter that you photographed?
Yes.
I would offer 165, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 165 is received.
Did you find anything else during the search?
Yes, in the bedroom, I think it was to the south, it was to the right, I found a pair of tennis shoes in a backpack.
And you photographed those as well, too?
Yes.
Correct? Just handed you State's Exhibit number 166. Do you recognize those?
Yes, these are the multicolored size 8 shoes that I found in the backpack in the bedroom.
Are they in substantially the same condition as when you found them?
Yes.
I would offer 166, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 166 is received.
Why did you seize the shoes?
I noted that when I looked at the shoes, there was this blackish brownish substance on them, and it was consistent with the fire damage that had been at the residence.
I would object to that testimony. He has no...
Sustained absent further foundation of his ability to testify regarding that.
Were they an item of interest for possible further testing given what you found on the bottom of the shoes?
Yes.
And you can't say what the substance on the bottom of the shoes is,
No.
can you? All right. And they were found in a bedroom with what other types of materials?
When you walk into the hotel room, it was like a kitchen and a living room, and then there was bedrooms off to the left with 2 twin beds in it, and that, I believe the children and the grandmother were staying in there, and there were like children's clothes and stuff in there, but then there was a bedroom off to the right, and there was like adult women's clothing in there, a lot of belongings of Miss Entzel, and just generally adult items in that bedroom and in that general area.
And that was the bedroom that the shoes were found in, was the one with the adult women clothing?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Just to specify, officer, you cannot identify any type of material on those shoes, correct?
No, I can't.
Okay. And when you were in the Staybridge, did it appear that there was more things in there than a normal hotel room that you would enter?
Yes.
As if somebody was potentially moving in there?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's fine.
Sustained.
But you would agree that you had photographed substantially more things in that hotel room than you would in any other hotel room that you probably would have been in where somebody was staying for a day or two, correct?
I don't know if I would have taken more or less photographs, but I do agree that there were more items in there than would be I'd normally find a person staying for a day or two. Yes.
Okay. Were there household items in there?
Yes.
Okay. Such as?
I remember there was a lot of stuff on the desk area. Like usually when you go to a hotel room, there isn't a lot of stuff on the desk area, like papers and this and that. I can't. remember a lot of it. But I know that it was just general items that I saw in there. There was a lot of food in there. Like there was a refrigerator. You don't usually see a large refrigerator in a hotel room and stuff like that.
Was there utensils or anything used that one would commonly see in a kitchen in their own home?
I do not remember.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have nothing further and ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're excused, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be testifying in the procedure until after it is closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me bring those
Who's
down.
out there? I'll take care of it.
Okay.
And Ms. Leary, do we need to address the TV before we call the next witness?
I would appreciate that, Your Honor. I don't have any well, we could wait because I don't have any exhibits with him that I need to display. I just need to introduce those. So we could wait, but I will likely need them with the following witness.
Okay.
So whenever
Yeah,
the court
after
wants to
this
do
witness.
that. Next witness is Matthew Wayenbach.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Matt Wingenbach. I'm a special agent for the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you been with BCI?
For 7 years now.
Where did you work prior to working for BCI?
Prior to that, I was a patrol deputy at Burleigh County,
In the Sheriff's Department?
the Sheriff's Department here, yes.
And did you work in any other law enforcement jobs prior to that?
No.
What sort of training or education do you have to enable you to work as a BCI agent?
Currently, I am a computer forensic examiner. I'm assigned to the North Dakota Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I have been to the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists training and hold a certification from there. I have attended Cellbrite Certified Operator and Certified Physical Analyzer training. I have attended Magnet Forensics, AX 100, 200, 250, 300, 301, 310, 350, along with various other trainings from the International Association of White Collar Crime.
What was your assignment with BCI back in January of 2020?
At that time, I was a computer investigative specialist. I was a computer forensic examiner.
How did you become involved in this case?
Burleigh County deputies had requested assistance with various electronics. There was numerous cell phones, I believe there was an iPad, things like that, and they were requesting assistance with some extractions on those devices.
How do you go about extracting data from a cell phone?
I'm sorry.
How do you go about extracting data from a cell phone?
I went about it various ways. Most what was being requested with this was essentially I would get the phone as quickly as possible into an isolated state. So I would remove it from a cell phone tower network, any Wi-Fi ability or Bluetooth ability, and then once I had done that, I connected them to a device called the Gray Key, and from there I'm able to extract a full file system with the passcode. In certain cases, I'm able to bypass the passcode with that device as well.
Why is it that you need to remove all connectivity, like cell tower, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, from the phone before you do an extraction?
Yeah, so the importance of that, there's kind of multiple reasons. One of the biggest reasons is the more that it's connected to any type of network, the more that changes are able to happen on the device. It's constantly updating or receiving new information, so I just want to stop that to preserve the evidence the way it is when I obtain it. And also it can interfere with the extraction process if the phone is trying to communicate or have some sort of transactions on a network.
Is there a danger that the owner of the phone could also connect to the phone and change data on the phone?
Yeah. So it's possible, especially like if you have an iPhone. If you lose your iPhone, you can log into your account and say that it's lost, and you can send a signal to the phone that will wipe all of the data off of the phone. And if it receives that signal, it actually just deletes a token, but we won't be able to get any information back out of the phone. It just won't be possible.
So is it possible to retrieve deleted data from a phone?
It depends on the phone. It can be possible, yeah.
So if a cell phone is wiped, is it ever possible to retrieve data from it?
No.
So after you've removed all connectivity to make sure the phone isn't changed, then what do you do? How do you connect it to your machines to download it?
We just plug it in through the same port that you charge it through. We use a cable that's obviously able to allow the flow of that information. So the gray key device will begin to communicate with the phone. It actually then interjects a user interface onto the phone that will, if it's in a paired state, like if we have the passcode, it'll just, once it establishes communication with the phone, then it will just begin to extract a full file system.
So how can you ensure that when your system is talking to the phone to get the data, that it's not changing any data that's on the phone?
So one of the first stages that will happen when it connects to the phone is it will read the data on the phone, or kind of take an overall look at it, and it will assign a hash value, or it calculates a hash value. A hash value is basically a mathematical algorithm that's run against the phone data, kind of the ones and zeros. It runs this mathematical equation against it, and that mathematical equation will give us a hash value. That hash value is far more accurate than like human DNA. There's no, when we have that hash value, if anything would change at all, if one little pixel in a picture anywhere on the phone would change, the hash value for the phone would change. So it will calculate the hash value at the very beginning of communication with the phone. Then when we obtain our extraction, I take that extraction and I run the algorithm against that extraction, and I see that the hash values match. And so every time we work with the phone or the data from it, we're looking and calculating that hash value and ensuring that nothing has changed.
So once you've downloaded the data from a phone, how do you look into it?
There's various programs that we can use. So I will take that full file system and various other things that we're able to obtain from the phone. A couple of different options that we have available to me would be running a program called Axiom, or it's Magnet Forensics is who produces it. It's a program called Axiom. Most commonly, though, what we will use is Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which is what I think was used in most of the case here.
And those are just different programs that help you go through and read the data?
Yep, yeah, so those will just take that extracted data. They will basically make that file system. They'll read the files and make sense of everything and recreate that file system to put in any user-friendly format, basically, so it makes sense.
And you did that with the phones in this case?
Yes.
And you said there was also an iPad in this case, correct?
Yes.
Were you ever able to get an extraction of the iPad?
I was not, no. That at the time, GrayKey wasn't able to support brute force bypassing the passcode on it. And so without the passcode, we also weren't able to get any type of extraction, not like a partial or a before first unlock or anything like that.
What do you mean by a partial extraction?
So the GrayKey is able to obtain basically three different types of extraction. There is a full file system, which would then be the best extraction that we can get. It can also obtain a partial file system or a after first unlock extraction with iOS devices, your iPhone, iPad, when it's been restarted, like your biometrics, your thumbprint or your facial recognition won't work until your passcode has been entered at least one time. So once that's been entered in at least one time, then we're able to obtain at certain times an after first unlock extraction. If the phone has been rebooted and it's never been unlocked, then sometimes all we're able to get is a before first unlock extraction, which is going to be the least amount of data. So the before first unlock file system is going to be very small. The after first unlock is going to be quite large. There's only going to be a few things that are missing, such as like iOS health information, iOS emails, iOS location, and some of the iOS passwords. Then, like I said, the most complete would be the full file system, where we're going to get those additional few items.
So what do you mean by a brute force workaround for the passcode?
So brute forcing the passcode, the gray key, like I said before, puts that user interface onto the phone to establish communication with the device and to be able to start obtaining data. If we do not have a passcode, there are certain times where that user interface will initiate a brute force program, basically. So what that will do is that user interface will then sit and it'll just keep trying passcodes for us, and it goes in a methodical order in the way that it does that, but it'll just sit and keep trying passcodes for us. So we'll plug it in to keep it charged and keep that running and wait for it to discover the passcode.
You said that wasn't available at the time that you were asked to do the forensic download of the iPad in this case?
Correct, yeah. So it's the list of devices that are supported changes all the time. And at the time, we weren't able to do a brute force on the passcode for that particular iPad with the version of the iOS that it was running. It wasn't supported, so it also wasn't supported to get either one of those other types of file system, like a before first unlock or after first unlock. So without the passcode, we just weren't able to obtain anything from it.
Now, how many phones were you provided in this case to do a forensic download for?
I believe there was at least 3 phones.
And when you're extracting the data, how do you keep track of which data comes from which phone?
By just keeping track of it with the evidence, and the extractions are labeled to coincide with the evidence. The part of the extraction will give me information like the phone serial number and things like that that can be consistent and stay with the device.
And do you recall which phones or how the phones were identified as the ones that they had asked you to do an extraction for?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall which phones you were asked to do an extraction for in this case?
Yeah, I believe there was 2 phones from Nikki Entzel and then 1 phone from Mr. Howard.
Were you able to get data off of those 3 phones?
I was, yes. With those phones, I was able to obtain full file system extractions.
Did you examine the data that was in the phones?
I did process them with Cellrite Physical Analyzer.
Did you do much by way of analyzing the data?
I'm sorry.
Did you do much by way of analyzing the data that was obtained?
I didn't. The biggest part of the request was to obtain that information for Deputy Thompson, and he was going to do kind of the heavy lifting of the analysis of the information that was there.
Were there any reports that you well, let me go back. Is there a way to, when you find the data within the phone, bring that out into a report that's readily available to review?
Yeah, so like with the physical analyzer, there's several different ways that you can do it depending on what we're looking for. If it's, say, text messages, I can select which text messages I want to be placed into a report. There's different formats that we're able to use, so I can put it in a PDF, I can put it in an Excel spreadsheet. We can look at it so it's in a chat bubble type of formation or just a spreadsheet. We do PDFs. Like I said, Excel spreadsheets, all kinds of different formats. It's just kind of basically whatever, depending on the evidence that we're looking at, there's different ways, that'll be easier to look at.
And were you able to extract certain reports from these phones that were provided to, which officer did you end up giving the report or the data to?
I was, there were several PDF reports that I had produced out of I believe all 3 phones.
And then who did the downloads or the data go to then for analyzing?
To Deputy Thompson with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 276 through 279. Do you recognize those documents?
I do, yes.
And are those reports you generated from the extractions of the phones that you forensically downloaded for the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
They are, yes.
Is there anything on the exhibits that indicate which phone they came from?
Under each of the chat bubbles here, there is file path, basically source information, which part of that identifies specifically which phone they came from.
And are they a true and correct copy of the reports that you extracted from the data of the phones that you downloaded?
They are, yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 276 through 279.
Your Honor, unless they're going to be made available for cross-examination, I would object.
Well, they will be made available for cross-examination. I trust there is a copy or a copy can be made.
A copy can be made, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Exhibits 276 through 279 are received.
And starting with Exhibit 276, what information on that exhibit tells you which phone that was extracted from?
The source info that is under each chat bubble, it has source info.
And
So that source info is a combination of different numbers that are put together that identify a specific cell phone. So this particular specific cell phone was one that was obtained from Nikki Entzel.
is there anything on there that if I looked at it, I would know that? Or do you know that because you're the one that did the extraction?
Yeah, I know that because I did the extraction. So yeah, it's that source info that tells me exactly what phone it is.
Okay, so you can do that for each of the exhibits then, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to bring you up a blue pen for you to mark on the top of each one which phone they came from,
Okay.
please. So you said State's Exhibit number 276 came from Ms. Entzel's phone, is that correct?
Yes.
What about Exhibit 277?
This was also from Nikki Entzel's phone.
If you could mark that exhibit, please. And what about State's Exhibit 278? Which phone did that come from?
This was also Nikki Entzel's phone.
If you could mark it on that exhibit too, I'd appreciate that. And then finally, exhibit 279.
This also is Nikki Entzel's phone, I believe. I'm sorry, this is Earl Howard's phone.
And if you could mark that on that exhibit as well. And now you've marked all the exhibits as to which phone they were extracted from, is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass, need time for a copy of those exhibits to be made for you to do your cross-examination?
All you did was pull those phones? You never worked with any of the information in there?
Other than generating these PDF forms, no, I don't believe I did any specific analysis.
Did you do any extractions other than on the 3 phones that you had just described?
I also extracted surveillance video information, or created images from surveillance hard drives.
How about phones? The question was phones
For this case specifically,
specifically.
I believe it was just the 3 phones. I don't remember there being any other phones that I recall.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
I would, no, and I would request that he be released from his subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're released, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be testifying in the matter until the case is concluded. Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Do you want to work on the TV now before you call your next witness?
If we could take a brief recess to do so, I'd appreciate that, Your Honor.
Do we need to take a break for that, do you think, or is that something?
Email Donna and Michelle if they have any other suggestions. I haven't heard
Okay.
back.
Well,
And try to plug it into other courts to see if that works.
just we'll let the jury go out while we see if we can fix that, because I don't know what discussions will be going on in the courtroom. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion till the case is given to you to decide. If the bailiffs will take them out, we'll come get you as soon as the technical issues are taken care of. Thank you. And Mr. Glass, if you need a copy of those for future questioning, we'll have Ms. Lawyer get you one. We see if we can fix the TV. Please be seated. It's 9:58 a.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney, Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer is present. So, Ms. Lawyer, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michelle Mundy.
Please come forward up there and you'll be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Would you state your name, please?
Michelle Mundy,
And where do you live?
Dickinson, North Dakota.
Do you know the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for 10, 12 years.
When did you first meet her?
When I lived in Aberdeen,
Was she living in Aberdeen at the time, too?
yes.
Did you know Chad Entzel, her husband?
I knew him, yeah.
Had you ever met him?
I met him probably 3, 4 times.
What did you think of him?
Thought he was nice. I mean, just, didn't really spend a lot of time with him, but
Why not?
I guess I was usually with Nikki and we were doing things, and I don't know, it just didn't, I don't really have a straight answer for that.
So when you would get together with Nikki and hang out or shop or whatever you would do, would that be in Bismarck or Dickinson?
Bismarck,
Did she ever come out to visit you in Dickinson?
yes.
How often would you see Nikki after she was married to Chad?
Probably probably once a month maybe, if that.
Did you move from Aberdeen to Dickinson, or did you have stops in between?
No, I moved from Aberdeen to Dickinson.
And when did that happen?
Oh boy. Probably 10 years ago maybe.
So you saw her probably about once a month for the last how long?
Probably the last 5 years maybe.
Did you see her more often before that?
No, because she was busy and I had a job and I was busy with that,
And you said out of the times that you saw Nikki over that time, you only saw Chad about 3 or 4 times?
Mhm.
Did-
It needs to be a yes or no, so it's clear.
Oh, yes, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's okay.
And when you saw them, did you see them together?
Yes.
Did you ever notice any problems between the two of them?
No.
On the occasions that you did socialize with Chad, was he drinking?
Yes, a couple of times.
Was he intoxicated?
No.
Did you ever see a change in his mood or behavior after he'd been drinking?
No.
Did Nikki ever tell you about any problems she was having with Chad?
Yes.
Do you recall when she first told you that problems arose in their marriage?
Probably a year ago before everything happened.
Okay, you said a year ago, that would have been 2021, or are you talking a year before Chad died?
A year before Chad died.
Okay, so probably around 2018?
Probably, well, no, I would say 2019 maybe.
What kind of issues did she say they were having?
Arguments at first. And then she was telling me about the drunk games, or the drinking game. And I seen pictures that she had bruises on her.
Did she explain to you what the drinking games were?
Yes.
What did she say they were?
He would be drinking and he would ask her to do something. If not, she would be punished either verbally or hit.
When did she say that, or when did she first tell you about these drinking games?
Terrible with dates. Probably 6 months before.
Before Chad died?
Yes.
You said she would show you pictures of bruises.
Yes.
Was there anything on the pictures that you could tell who the person was in the pictures?
No.
So what would the pictures be of?
I seen some, if I remember correctly, on her leg where she said that she'd fallen because Chad had pushed her. I'd seen pictures of bruises on her arms. And she sent me one of a black eye.
And how would she send you these pictures?
Text messages.
Was it a straight text message through the texting app on the phone, or was it through like a Facebook Messenger or Instagram or something like that?
Sometimes a straight text, and I think sometimes through Facebook Messenger. We texted both ways.
Did you know Nikki's body well enough to be able to tell if the arm was hers or the leg was hers?
No, I guess not. I mean,
I know she's got some tattoos.
correct.
So did any of the pictures have any of those tattoos on them?
Not that I can remember, no.
So nothing that you would be able to say definitively that that was her arm other than her saying that?
Correct.
Or her leg other than her saying that?
Correct.
Now you said she sent you a picture of a black eye, so obviously her face was in that picture,
Yes.
correct? And you could tell that was her.
Yes.
Did she say how she got that black eye?
Chad hit her.
Do you remember when she sent that photo?
November, December of 2019, I believe.
Now you said the photo of the bruise on the leg, she said she fell because Chad had pushed her.
Something like that, I believe. Yes.
Did she send you any other pictures of bruised legs? Or was it just one?
I don't remember.
Do you recall where on the leg the bruise was?
I think it was up on the upper part of the leg.
So it looked like you were motioning towards the thigh area, so
Yes.
between the knee and the hip?
Yeah.
And do you recall what portion of that leg, whether it was the inner, the top,
The
the outer,
top.
the bottom?
The top.
Now you said you got a picture of, how many pictures of bruised arms did you receive?
One that I remember. I mean, I think just one.
Do you recall where the bruise was on that arm?
I think the upper part, shoulder area.
And did Nikki tell you how she got the bruise on that arm?
She probably did, but I don't remember. It's been a while ago.
Do you recall if she was attributing that to abuse from Chad?
I think she said something that Chad had pushed her, something to that effect.
So the picture, did you only get one picture of her with a black eye?
I think so, yes.
And which eye do you recall? If
I
do
don't
recall,
remember.
was
I'm
bruised.
sorry.
Could you tell from the picture that it was a black eye, or did she have it covered up with makeup?
It was covered up a little bit with makeup. You
Could
can
you-
still see the undertones of the purple, though.
Okay.
I remember.
And did she say how she got the black eye? You said she said Chad hit her, correct?
Correct, yes.
Sorry about that. Did she say when that had happened?
I
Or
don't
what-
remember. I really don't.
So you don't remember if she gave you any circumstances
No.
as to how that had occurred?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she bruised easy?
I just assumed that she did with, her medical conditions.
What kind of medical conditions does she have?
She told me she had MS and she had cancer. She was going through some other treatments, and I guess I never really. Her medical part was her business if she wanted to share that with me, but she did some, and I knew that some of the meds were probably gonna make a person bruise easy.
So when she would send you these pictures of bruised arms or legs or her black eye, did you offer her any advice as to what she should be doing?
I told her she should leave, and yeah, that's, you know, if you're getting hurt, leave.
Do you recall if you expressed that each time she sent you something?
I think so.
Did she ever tell you if she had a plan for leaving Chad?
Towards the end, she did, yeah.
And
Probably.
towards the end would be when? About?
Like December,
So December 2019?
yes.
And what was her plan?
She was going to divorce Chad and move to Texas
Was she going to move with anyone?
with Earl.
Who's Earl?
That was the man that she was seeing.
Had you ever met Earl?
I met him twice, I believe.
Do you recall Earl's last name?
No.
Do you know if he went by any other name?
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it right at the moment.
Did she ever refer to him as Roy?
Yes.
Do you know why she would refer to him as Roy?
No.
Had you ever visited Nikki's home with Chad?
Yes.
How many different places of theirs that they lived at that you visited?
One.
Do you recall which home that was, where it was located?
The place that they were living at before they moved. I don't know Bismarck, so I don't know. I can't tell you where the address is, but I could probably. It was in a cul-de-sac.
Do you recall if it was East Side? What the
It's-
street name was?
No.
Okay. So, but you believe it was the home they moved in, or that they were living in before they moved into the one on North 43rd where the fire occurred?
Yes.
And did you spend the night there, or were you just visiting?
I was just visiting.
Did you see a lot of alcohol bottles while you were there?
No, but they were having a get together, so there was people.
What was the occasion?
I know there was no. I think I don't know the occasion, but there was other people coming over, and some of them were there, and
Now, you had indicated that you and Nikki would message a
Yeah.
lot.
Mhm.
And how frequently would you be in touch with her via text or phone?
probably every other day.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 280. Would you take a moment to look through that and familiarize yourself with it?
Well, yeah, I just kind of glanced through it.
Do those photographs, the contents of those photographs look familiar to you?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt their authenticity, or do you believe that any of those have been altered?
No, they have not been altered.
And do those constitute a true and accurate copy of messages between you and Ms. Entzel?
Yes.
I would offer 280, Your Honor.
No objection.
So that 280 is received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, looking at the first picture on the first page, which would be on the left side, what's the date on that first picture indicating when the messages were sent and received?
December 9th? Or December 10th, I'm sorry.
It's kind of small. But,
It is, I'm sorry.
So December 9th or 10th?
10th.
Okay. Do you recall what year that would have been in?
No, I'm
When is the last time that you spoke with Ms. Entzel via text?
trying to think, Monday before she was arrested, I do believe. Monday or Tuesday beforehand.
So that would have been in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
So in these messages, is that how you were informed that Ms. Entzel had moved to a new residence?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at page 2, you had asked her if it was just her and the boys, or what? Could you explain why you asked that?
On page 2, I don't see where
Oh,
you're...
I'm sorry, not page 2. I apologize. I moved to the second one, so for me it was number 2.
Okay,
but
I'm
it would
sorry.
be the second picture on the first
Okay.
page on the right side. I apologize for that.
I guess I probably just assumed that the boys were there because it was the holiday season.
Was there any discussion at that time about Nikki leaving Chad?
I don't recall.
She responds with, "I wish he is with." Do you know what that? Do you recall what that meant?
No, I don't.
She's also talking about later on about the fourth response in from that message about, wow, just you and the boys. Or she says, last Thursday he comes home. I should have took pics. The claw marks he had on his neck 2 days they stayed. Do you know what she was referring to?
If I remember correctly, him being with another woman,
Who's the him?
Chad.
Had she told you that she thought Chad was having an affair?
I believe so. It's...
Later down, the blue message says, we are in different rooms now. Did she indicate to you that they had, even though living in the same home, had separated that way and she was staying in a different room?
Yes.
Do you recall?
Object to the, who's testifying here, the state or the witness?
Sustained.
I'll
Rephrase.
rephrase the questions, Your Honor. Do you recall if she had told you anything about staying in separate rooms?
Just from the text.
Now we're moving on to page 2, and this would be the picture on the left side. Could you explain to us what the message about, I heard some chick at bowling alley. Do you remember what that was in context to?
Probably that's who she thought he was seeing.
Now, moving on to the picture on the right of page 2. She indicates about halfway down that Roy might come in person. Do you know who she was referring to by Roy?
Earl.
Okay, and that would be, did you know their relationship at the time? When she
Nikki's-
sent this message?
Yes, I knew.
Okay. You said you had met Earl in person, or you had met him twice. Were both of those times in person?
Yes.
Where did that occur at?
I remember one time he was he was in Dickinson with Nikki, and Nikki brought him over so my husband and I could meet him
Do you remember when that was?
towards the end of December.
Now we're going to forward to, it would be on page 7, and it would be the left photo on page 7.
Okay.
What is that a picture of in the middle of that text conversation?
Oh, that's something that he gave her to put in her car.
Do you know what it is?
Spurs,
So who's he?
Roy.
And is that a picture of it in her car as far as you were aware?
As far as I'm aware of, yes.
And then if you go to page 17, the photo of the messages on the left side of that page.
Okay.
Let's actually go back one page to page 16 to put this in context. If you could read that message and the message before that to see if that helps you put that picture in context.
Okay, I think I know what you're.
Okay, so if we go to, it would be the picture on the left on page 17. Nikki had sent you a picture of her face, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall why she sent you a picture of her face?
Because she was gonna, if I remember correctly, I think she was gonna come over, but she wanted to inform me of the eye before I seen her.
What about the eye?
That it was black and blue.
So this is the picture that you were testifying to earlier when you said she sent you a picture of
Yes.
her black eyes, but she had makeup and it was covered up,
Yes.
but you could see the purple. Which eye is it that's bruised?
Wow, the right eye. Sorry, I had to.
Okay. And did she send you any other picture of her black eye without makeup?
Not that I remember, no.
Now she had. You had said that earlier she had talked to you about a plan she had for leaving Chad, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if I can direct your attention to Exhibit 280, page 14, and the text messages starting on the right side of that page.
Okay.
She talks about you coming to visit her in Texas and going to Texas. Do you know what that was all about?
That's when her and Roy were going to move there.
Now on the next page, so it'd be page 15, the picture on the left side. Is that when she detailed her plan to you?
I don't have.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 15.
Okay, yeah, there's
I may
no
have said
picture.
29. No, not a picture.
Oh, okay.
But it's text messages. I said, is that when she detailed her plan as to how she was going to leave?
Yeah. Yes.
And what did that consist of?
Serving Chad with papers.
You asked about a restraining order. Why did you ask about a restraining order?
Just from what the abuse. I didn't want her to get hurt anymore. So that's probably why I asked about a restraining order.
At the bottom, she indicates, the message says, and now that it's documented by my DR, the marks. Do you know what that was referring to?
She'd gone to the doctor and they had seen her bruises and it was documented through the doctor.
Did she tell you if she reported to the doctor that Chad had abused her?
I believe so.
Now, still on page 15, the message is to the right.
Okay.
What else was part of that plan?
As far as, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Her plan to leave Chad.
That Roy had people watching for her? Is that what you're in reference to?
Was that part of the plan, that
Yeah.
Roy would have people watching?
Yes.
To make sure she'd be okay?
Yes.
There's also talk about charges being pressed. Do you recall why you asked about that?
The abuse.
And what was her response?
I'm looking here. Pretty much that Roy's got people looking out for her, and 10 different ones. I'm assuming that's charges, and they carry a federal prison time.
If you go to the first picture on the left on page 16, she indicates she'll talk to you about it face to face, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any?
Just need yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you have any face to face meetings with her after these messages were sent?
I believe, let me look at the date here. She came over and we talked about things, about what she was talking. Yeah, we did. We talked face to face.
And do you recall when that was?
Towards the end of December.
Was that the same time that you had met Earl?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
That Chad had been gambling and had put her up as, I don't know what you'd call it, more or less, she was the money for the gambling, and that there was people after her because Chad had lost the bet and the winner was going to get Nikki. So that's what the charges were about.
And when and where did that supposedly take place?
Nikki just told me that. That's why Roy had people watching her all the time also.
Now, when you met with Nikki and Roy at the end of December, was there anything else that you guys did? What did you do?
We just sat at our house and talked.
Did she indicate to you that she had started to implement her plan to leave Chad?
I remember through the text messages, and I believe she talked about it then, but I can't give you a 100% answer on that.
Did she tell you she was starting to move things out of the house?
She brought over a couple dresses to the house. She said, I got these out of the house. Can I keep them at your place? So there was maybe 3-4 dresses that she brought over and a suit that was brought over. And we just hung them up down in one of the bedrooms downstairs.
Was there any other property that she asked you to safeguard for her?
Her grandmother's veil.
Now, in the messages, she refers to somebody as Big Kid. Do you know who she's referring to by that?
Chad.
Do you know why she called him the Big Kid?
He would see things out in the backyard and go, just kind of have a meltdown about them.
So she told you he kind of threw temper tantrums?
Well, kind of, yeah, you could just, yeah.
She also refers to somebody in the messages as Fatty. Do you know who she's referring to there?
Her brother.
Was that a nickname that he had that was widely known, or just something she called him?
I don't know how he got that name, to be real honest.
Now, you said you've known her for quite some time, correct?
Off and on, yeah.
Okay. And did you know that she has children?
Yes,
What kind of children does she have, boys or girls?
2 boys.
In her text messages, she refers to gaining a daughter. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Who was she referring to?
that would have been Roy's daughter.
So as far as you know, she doesn't have her own daughter. It would be Roy's daughter.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you ever give her other suggestions for dealing with Chad's alcoholism or abuse?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever tell her to talk to his family about it?
I don't recall that I did, no.
Do you recall seeing her again after the fire?
Yes.
When would that have been?
Okay, let me think. It was, she came and spent the night Saturday before before she was arrested.
Do you recall what date that was?
I don't recall the date, no. I know it was the Saturday before she was arrested. She spent the night at our house. And then she went out to get the boys on Sunday. And
Did she talk to you about the fire
she did,
and Chad's death?
yes.
What did she tell you about Chad's death?
That there was, she'd gotten a call, or she'd went out to the house that was on fire. She, called the police and the fire department and whatnot. She couldn't get in because it was hot or smoky. And then she said they wouldn't even let her see Chad when they brought him out, and I asked her why. Something to the effect of he was crispy. And, that was pretty much she elaborated more on it, but that was,
Did she tell you how Chad had died?
no, I did not know.
Or how the fire started?
No,
When she came out on that Saturday, was she with anyone that time?
no, I think it was just her. Yeah, it was just her.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ross. Yeah. So it did appear to you that Nikki had been preparing to move out of that house?
Yes,
Okay. And how long did you know that she had indicated she was going to be moving out of that house?
probably a couple months. I don't remember the exact time.
She indicated, did she tell you when she stored those belongings at your house that her intention was to get a job and move to Texas?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I have nothing further and would request this witness be excused.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I need to instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter until the case is done. Okay, thank you.
Brian Thompson is the next witness, Your Honor.
Please come forward up here and you will be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Brian Thompson, and I'm a deputy sheriff with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Actively as a law enforcement officer about 15 years,
How long have you been with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
about 8 years.
Where were you working before that?
I spent about 7 years with the Mandan Police Department as a patrolman, and then 1 summer with the Medora Police Department also as a patrolman.
Within the Sheriff's Department, what is your assignment currently?
I'm currently assigned to the investigation section.
And what was your assignment in January of 2020?
Also, I was with the investigation section as an investigator.
What are your duties as an investigator?
The majority of what we do is we take calls for service that were passed on to our patrol division that require more resources, time, or energy to investigate. They pass those on to us to follow up with. And occasionally we'll take calls directly from individuals who come into our main office.
What training or education do you have to enable you to undertake those duties?
In 2004, I attended the Basic Police Academy in Devils Lake. That's about a 1 semester long program. It goes over the majority of the basic law enforcement functions. Once I got done with that, I went on to work with the Mandan Police Department. They put you through about a 3-month-long field training program. It's where you ride with a more experienced officer for 3 months, and then they go over a lot of those same functions, and then they watch the job that you do and help you improve the way you do it and correct any issues that you might have. After that, I went on to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department. They have a 1-month-long in-service training program. It's kind of like a mini academy, and then that's followed by another 2.5-month-long field training program where you're assigned a more experienced deputy that you work with. Over my whole career, I've accomplished about 1,900 hours of continuing education. That includes training in both the basic and advanced criminal investigator courses offered by North Dakota BCI, homicide investigation and crime scene management course by Inside the Tape. It also includes interviewing courses, a investigative techniques course as it relates to digital evidence online through electronic service providers, and then basic digital forensics course as it relates to pulling information off mobile devices.
Do you have any specialized assignments or specialized training with the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, those last 2 that I mentioned, one is the ICAC, investigative techniques. ICAC refers to internet crimes against children. The majority of what that training entails is dealing with electronic service providers such as Google or Facebook, and internet service providers like Mid-Continent Communications or the cell phone companies that are out there. It goes over the methods to preserve and acquire evidence through those different organizations. And then the other specialized training I have has to do with digital forensics, specifically as it relates to mobile devices such as cell phones and tablets.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was assigned as the investigator on call that week, and I was contacted by the officer on call who advised me what was going on.
What did you do when you got that call?
My supervisor had contacted me and told me that I was to contact the supervisor on scene, who was Corporal Nick Shadle. So I called him and got a quick briefing of what he had been called to, what they had found there. And then I asked him if there's any danger to the residents that was still ongoing, such as a fire. He said there wasn't. And so I told him to secure the scene and start a crime scene log.
What's a crime scene log?
It's a documentation that records everybody who comes to or leaves a crime scene, as well as the times that they arrive and the times that they leave. This allows us to go back through the individuals that are there. If there's information we need to follow up on, or if we need to find out what specifically they did on scene, later on we're able to refer to that log.
So what did you do then?
After that, I started heading to the scene. Once I arrived on scene, again, I met with deputies who were there who gave me a quick rundown of what they'd come across and then pointed out different items on the scene and how they occurred.
What did you do after you got that brief rundown from the other deputies?
I got together with a number of the other individuals who were there, an agent with the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, state fire marshal, and the coroner, and we conducted a preliminary walkthrough through the residence to kind of give us an idea of how the residence was laid out.
Do you know who had called in ATF and the fire marshal's office?
I do not.
Okay, that wasn't you.
No.
What did you observe within the or outside the residence first before you went in?
When we first approached the residence, I took note of just the general structure of the residence. One thing that I just remember being surprised by is there wasn't any fire damage to the exterior of the residence. I'd been originally told I was going to a structure fire, so I expected that damage to be there. I noticed there was a number of tracks going around the residence. Those have been pointed out by deputies as being caused by first responders when they responded to this fire. And then there was 3 vehicles in the immediate vicinity of the residence that weren't part of the emergency response that were pointed out by deputies as well. I noticed that one of the overhead garage doors for the residence was open, and by the primary entrance to the residence that was on that south side, there was a New Vision security sign and a corresponding surveillance video camera directly over the driveway.
What did you observe when you went inside the residence?
When we went inside the residence, this is like I said, our initial overview of things. So it was just a systematic approach of walking through each section of the house, taking note of anything that was glaringly obvious to us. So we started in that garage, and then that garage we noticed was connected to the house. So we went up to the area where the garage connected to the house, and that's when I could first see evidence that a fire had occurred. As we started working through the house, we were able to see soot on the floor on all horizontal surfaces. I was able to see evidence that there was smoke in the house based on kind of a darker colored area near the ceiling in a number of the rooms. I moved into the kitchen, saw those same things. And as we kind of progressed through the house on that main floor, I noticed 3 bedrooms, 2 of which appeared to be lived in, one that appeared to be kind of a storage area, and one of those rooms, the furthest north and east room, is where we located a deceased male on the ground.
Did you do anything at that time to start collecting evidence or looking for evidence?
At that time, we weren't collecting any evidence. We weren't taking any photographs. We were just walking around to see where everything was at and get an idea of what resources we might need to go back in there and start preserving that scene.
Was anyone else allowed to manipulate objects or seize anything at that time?
No. As we went through there, as a general rule, everybody tries to walk in the exact same path. Nobody touches anything. Nobody reaches out and moves anything. Because what we're going to follow that up with is photographs, and we want to ensure that those photographs depict exactly what we saw when we first walked through there.
So who was the person that took the photographs of the house on January 2nd?
There was a number of individuals that took photographs inside the house. I took a series of photographs of everything that I saw. I know that Levi Rolene with the Fire Marshal's office also took photographs at that same time. The ATF agent, Derek Hill, had I refer to it as a scanner, but it's essentially a device that takes photographs of the inside of the rooms. And then one of our patrolmen also took photographs of the exterior of the residence.
So after that initial walkthrough, what did you do?
After that initial walkthrough, I exited the residence. I spoke with the deputy who was on scene, who was now in charge of kind of the exterior. They had gone through a changeover as it was close to shift change. I contacted the investigator, or the officer on call that had initially contacted me, and gave him a briefing of what was going on. And I requested an additional deputy or additional investigator be sent out to the scene to assist. After that, I gathered photography equipment, and we began taking photos inside the residence.
Who was that additional investigator that came out?
Sergeant Aaron Silbernagel.
So as you were going through and taking photographs, did you make any other observations that you hadn't seen before or that you hadn't taken note of before?
We made quite a few observations as we went through the house. When I first got into the garage, I noted that there didn't appear to be any fire damage or smoke damage throughout it. But then when I got into that entryway that went from the garage into the house, I noticed that smoke damage that I mentioned earlier, but I also noticed a surveillance system control panel on the wall in that room. Identified that as a Honeywell system. Once I went through there into the kitchen, I noticed the same smoke and soot that I mentioned earlier. As I worked through that area, though, one of the things that we keep an eye out for evidence is stuff that can help us with the timeline or identifying when the last time somebody would have been in that residence. So inside the kitchen, I noticed a stack of medications with a receipt with it, and receipts oftentimes will have dates on it, so I had taken pictures of that. When I went into the living room on that main floor, I noticed that there was a cell phone and a tablet sitting on the end of a couch and a side table. Both were covered in soot. The cell phone I noticed was not locked, or it didn't have a lock preventing somebody from accessing it. However, the tablet did have a lock on it. Right next to them was a bottle of medication. And then also in that same room, there's something that I referred to it as a hutch or a wooden cabinet that was in the far corner that had damage to it. Then as I went down the hallway on that same level, like I said, there was 3 bedrooms. The two as I'm walking down the hallway, the 2 on the left, the first appeared to be lived in, had a bed, television, things that suggested it was actively being used. Then the far one on the left looked like it was more of a storage area. There was items in it, but there was no bed or nothing to suggest that somebody was actually living in that particular room. On the right side of the hallway, there was a bathroom. That also appeared to be lived or actively used, just in the way that things were spread out through it. And in the far bedroom on the right side, which is what I refer to as that northeast bedroom, is where I located that deceased male. When I went into that room and started looking around it to see what was there and taking those photographs, I noticed quite a few items that we later determined to be of interest to this case. We observed a shotgun that was laying on the bed, as well as an empty alcohol container, a bottle on the bed near the shotgun. There's an additional alcohol container on a side table by the bed. And then at the foot of the bed, there was a dresser. On that dresser, there was a number of things. There was a aftermarket case for shotgun ammunition. There was what I would refer to as a camping-style lighter with a long neck to it. Immediately next to that table that was at the foot of the bed, or that dresser that was at the foot of the bed, was a sunflower-type propane heater on top of a propane can. And then the deceased male that was laying on the floor on his back by that bed. On the far side of that male, I was able to observe a couple what appeared to be blood prints or smudges on the wall. One on the far wall and one on the right wall as I'm looking into the room.
And photographs of all of those observations were taken, correct?
That's correct.
Given you 2 sets of photos, one that's been marked states exhibits 281 through 284, and the other that's marked 290 through 293. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And are those the photos that you just indicated that you had taken at the residence on January 2nd?
Yes, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed?
Yes, they do.
I would offer States Exhibits 281 through 284 and 290 through 293, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 281 through 284 and 290 to 293 are received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing States Exhibit number 281. Could you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
That is the what I refer to as the living room and the main level of the residence. It'd be the southwest corner of that room looking towards the north.
So in looking at States Exhibit number 7, which is up on the board, can you see that well?
Yes, I can.
Where would you have been standing when this picture was taken?
Again, in that southwest corner of the room. So where the picture is taken from.
So then the hallway is the hallway that leads down the hall to the bedrooms and the bathroom?
Yes, so you're able to see that hallway that extends to the north, and then on the left side is a doorway that leads into a separate entryway that I didn't come through originally.
In States Exhibit number 281, there is hanging on the wall, there are 2 photographs, and then there looks to be like it's missing one and one used to be there. Did you find where that other picture had ended up?
Yes, I believe it's on the ground behind that, what I'd refer to as the hutch that's sitting there. It had just fallen straight down.
So did it appear that it was in any, like any fight had occurred there, or was that determined to be something else?
When we first observed that, and you can see the same thing going on with the hutch, it appeared that from the way that outline is there, and then from the damage to the edge of the hutch, that damage all occurred after a fire. So at that time, it wasn't believed that was a result of a struggle, but instead that it was possibly as a result of the emergency response.
In States Exhibit number 282, describe what we're looking at here.
That's the hutch that you saw directly below that photograph that was on the wall, and you're able to see the door itself there is broken. And again, that's what I referred to as possibly being caused by that initial emergency response.
In the chair on the right, did you see what that item was that's laying in that chair?
At that time, we didn't note that, but I know that that was later found during follow-up warrants at the residence.
And what is that item?
It's a protective sleeve for a firearm.
At the time that these photos were taken, did you know that that was anything of evidentiary interest in your case?
I did not.
States Exhibit number 283. What are we looking at here?
That is that same hutch, in this case with the door down. And then you can see the outline of a number of items there, bottles and longer outlines that match the cigar that you see sitting there. That was the reason that we believe that that hutch was sitting open and undamaged prior to the fire, and that had been damaged after the fire itself. The corresponding piece to that hutch that was broken off is laying at the base of it, and it has the same outlines of different items on it. For example, you can see a box of cigars laying on the ground that matches that same cigar that's in the photo.
So there was nothing indicative of, again, a fight or a struggle that had occurred there?
That's correct.
And then 284, States Exhibit 284, what are we looking at here?
This is standing directly between that living room that the previous pictures depicted and the kitchen and dining room. Looking back at the kitchen, and also where you see the individual on the left taking photos, that's the entryway that we originally came into that kitchen from. So that's to be the entryway that has the security system panel in it, and then it kind of had an island where you could walk around everything from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room and then back to the hallway.
You had earlier testified about medications and receipts. Is this where you found those items?
This is. They were both in the kitchen there. There's that plastic multi-drawer chest there sitting up against the island. The medications and the receipt are sitting on that.
Do you recall what kind of medications they were?
I don't offhand.
At the time that this photo was taken, again, was there anything other than trying to establish times and dates? Was there anything of evidentiary value in that information or in those medications?
Regarding the medications, no. The receipt had a date of December 29th, and so that was one that we had just noted as we were going through the area.
Okay, moving on to State's Exhibit number 290. What are we looking at here?
So this is going to be in that northeast bedroom. This is the same room where the deceased male was located. It was also the only bedroom that we noticed where there was actual fire damage occurring. This particular picture is showing the damage to the bed. That space that you see is directly between the bed itself and the foot of the bed where that dresser is located. That'd be the dresser that I said the lighter was on top of. On the very bottom left corner of that photograph, you can see portions of the sunflower type propane heater that I mentioned.
And which item on the dresser is the lighter?
You see a blue object. That's actually appears to be a towel. I don't know if it was a large towel or whatnot, but it was some form of blue cloth that the lighter was sitting directly on top of. So it'd be in the top left-hand corner of that photo.
Was there any information to indicate that that lighter had been used to set the fire or had been used during the fire?
Its proximity to that propane heater was of note to us, but there would have been no way with that particular type of lighter and with the damage to the lighter that we would have been able to tell if it was used during this fire.
Could you tell if it had been moved at all after the fire started?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
It left a imprint on that towel where the soot had landed, so we were able to see that. We would have been able to see whether or not it would have been moved.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 291, is that the outline that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And so what about this picture indicated to you that lighter hadn't been moved?
Just that there was that location. There's no soot there. If the fire had still been ongoing after that lighter had been moved, that area would have had soot on it.
Okay. And then moving on to State's Exhibit number 292, did you take a photograph that depicted where the heater was in relation to Chad's body?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 292, what are we looking at here?
In the center of the photograph at the top, that's that dresser that I referenced, and then you can see where the foot of the bed meets up with that dresser, and then you can see in the center of the photograph that propane heater on top of a propane tank, and then in the bottom right of the photograph you can see the deceased male's right leg.
And finally, State's Exhibit number 293, what are we looking at here?
That is the area that was directly below that propane tank. After we had gone through and taken the photographs that we needed to take, we then started collecting evidence. When we collected that propane tank as evidence is when we observed this series of rings and different layers and densities of soot directly below it.
Did you seize that propane heater?
We did.
Just handed you State's Exhibit number 296. Is that the propane heater as you seized it from the residence?
Yes, it is.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 296, Your Honor.
Objection. Exhibit 96 is received.
So looking at the bottom of it, there's only one ring around the bottom of the propane tank, correct?
That's correct.
So was that also taken into account when you were looking at the outline left where the propane heater had been?
Yes, it was.
Was there any indication that the propane tank had been in use when you had seen it?
When I had seen it, I had been, the valve was closed on, but I had been told that it had been closed by the responding firefighters.
Your Honor, he asked when he had seen it.
Sustained. Why don't you repeat the question?
The propane tank was off or in the off position when you found it and seized it, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware if it had been manipulated or moved by anyone else that was on scene?
I had been given information that that was the case, yes.
Did you check to see if there was any propane left in the tank?
Yes, we did.
And what were the results of that? What did you find out?
Essentially just picking it up and shaking it to determine if there was any in there, and it felt that it was approximately half full or more.
You said that there was a shotgun that was found on the bed.
That's correct.
Did you examine that along with Sergeant Silbernagel?
Yes, I did.
And was that eventually seized as well?
Yes, it was.
I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number. $294.
Yes.
You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes, it is.
Was anything done with that shotgun before bringing it to court?
I believe it was rendered safe, so it would be inoperable.
Do you know how that was done?
I believe they took a firing pin out of it.
So it's not usable now, correct?
That's correct.
But it was usable when you recovered it?
I believe so.
I would offer $295. Or, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit number 294.
Objection, Your Honor. 294 is received.
And when the gun was being examined, what did you find about the firearm?
When we first recovered the firearm, we wanted to make sure that it was rendered safe, so we opened it up. It's a break action type firearm. So you pull a lever on the top, the firearm essentially pivots on a single point and opens up, exposing the chambers. When we did that, we located a single spent shell casing in the top chamber and nothing in the bottom chamber. As we continued to examine it, we noticed that the firearm safety was set to fire, and that it was set to fire the over barrel first, or the upper barrel first.
And which location in the firearm was the spent shell casing found?
It was in the upper chamber.
Was that shell casing recovered?
Yes, it was.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 295. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the shell casing that was seized from the residence?
Yes, it is.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when it was recovered?
Yes, it is.
I would offer State's Exhibit 295, Your Honor.
Objection. Exhibit 295 is received.
As you were doing this investigation and finding these items within the residence, were you forming an opinion as to what had happened so that you would know where to go next in your investigation?
Yes. Throughout that process, as we're bringing information in, we're always theorizing into what each item might mean or how each item came to be where it was at. That's just a process that we go through and gives us an idea what else we should be looking for.
So at this point, was there any hypothesis that was advanced as to what had happened so that you would know where your investigation was going to go next?
Based on the information that we had at that time, it was appearing to be a suicide.
So what was done next?
After we gathered this evidence, there was a couple other items throughout the residence that we gathered that was related to this. Like I said, there was that box for ammunition that we collected, but I also noted at that point that I hadn't located any kind of wallet for the deceased male. So we started looking for that. We located a wallet and a checkbook in a coat. The name on that information, as well as the other information we gave at that time, led us to believe that the deceased male was going to be Chad Entzel.
Is that why you were looking for a wallet, to try to confirm the ID?
Correct.
Where did you find the wallet?
It was in a coat sitting on a chair in the dining room of the residence.
Was there anything else that was found in that jacket?
A checkbook with that wallet.
Did you look through the checkbook to see if there was anything pertinent to your investigation there?
Yes, we did.
And what did you find?
When I looked at the checkbook, it was a duplicate copy checkbook, so if you write a check and remove that check, there was another copy of it there showing what was written, and I noticed that there was a check written out, but it was dated for January 3rd, which hadn't occurred yet.
What was the check to?
It was to a payday loan center, I believe it's money lenders.
Can you describe what a payday loan is?
It's essentially a short-term loan that's intended to get a person to their next paycheck. Places will loan smaller amounts of money at a high interest rate that's expected to be paid back usually within a week or two once a paycheck comes in.
And how was that pertinent to your investigation?
Again, we associated that with our timeline. And then, of course, oftentimes if somebody's getting a payday loan, it can be an indicator that they're having difficulty with money, among other things.
And how did that factor into your hypothesis that this could have been a suicide?
Again, suicides are usually stress-based, and difficulty with money can be something that can cause that stress.
Other than the items we've already discussed, was anything else seized from the home on that initial time on January 2nd?
The other items that we had noticed in the living room, the cell phone and the tablet, were both taken. All the items that have been brought up so far. And then I had attempted, when we had first gotten there, we'd seen that surveillance system on the residence. I attempted to retrieve the camera from where it was located. The way those surveillance systems work, the video can be recorded in a number of different places. One of the places that it can be recorded is on the actual camera itself. Oftentimes I'll have a chip inside them that it can record to. So I attempted to recover it. Once I started that process, it appeared that I wouldn't be able to do so without permanently damaging the camera, so I left it in place at that point.
You said you seized the phone and the iPad that were sitting in the living room. Why was that?
There's quite a bit of information that is retained on cell phones throughout their use that can help us to kind of identify both the timeline of when it was last used and oftentimes also detailing the circumstances surrounding an incident.
And I handed you State's Exhibit number 297. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
That's a Samsung cell phone that was recovered from the living room of that main floor.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 297, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 297 is received.
So after doing the search of the home, what was the next thing that was done?
We began collecting all that evidence, packaging it, and creating a record of it.
Had there been a request then to do an autopsy?
There had. After we had gotten all that evidence gathered up, that was where we turned next, is to dealing with Mr. Entzel, where he was located. So I had spoken with the coroner that was with us, and we determined that the best course of action would be to request an autopsy.
And so when was the autopsy scheduled?
When we first requested it, when he first made the request, he contacted the medical examiner's office, and they stated that they did not believe an autopsy was necessary and that they would not be doing one in this case.
What was the reason for that?
I believe they explained to the coroner that because it was they believed it to be a suicide, that an autopsy wasn't necessary.
Was anything else or any other information gathered when Chad was removed from the house that provided different information?
So after we had requested that autopsy, when it was denied, our next step was to turn him over to a funeral home. And so we had Metro come there, and we went through the process of removing him from a room and turning him over to Metro. In doing so, we rolled him over onto his side, and we observed additional injuries or wounds to his back.
How did that factor into your hypothesis that it may be a suicide?
There was a number of injuries to him because of how much decomposition had already taken place, as well as the fire, the soot that was in the room. It was difficult to determine with any kind of certainty one way or another. But the way that things were laid out in the room, the location of Mr. Entzel, the location of the shotgun, and then the multiple injuries to his body, we were not convinced that it was a suicide at that point.
Now, you had indicated when you had first come to the residence and looked around the outside that, did you observe any vehicles that were around the outside of that residence?
Yes, there was the three vehicles that I mentioned that were identified as not being part of the emergency response. Sorry.
That's okay, I'm sorry. Did you search any of those vehicles?
We did. We searched two of them.
Which ones?
There was a Pontiac G6 that had been identified to me as being the vehicle that Nikki Entzel had come to the scene in. And then another one was a Chevy pickup, and that was identified as belonging to Mr. Entzel.
Why wasn't the third vehicle searched?
The third vehicle was a Nissan Murano that was parked directly next to the residence. This was occurring in the winter. There was a fair amount of snow on the ground. And from the snow around that vehicle, we could see that that vehicle hadn't been driven or accessed in some time.
So which vehicle did you search?
I searched the Chevy pickup.
Was there anything of note that you found within that pickup?
There was documentation from moneylenders that corresponded with that check that I'd located in Chad Entzel's checkbook.
Did you find anything on that paperwork that indicated when the loan was taken?
I believe it was December 24th of 2019.
And whose name was on that paperwork as the person who had taken the loan?
Chad Entzel.
Was there anything of interest found in the Pontiac during that search?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
There was a box of cell phones. Those cell phones were new in their boxes, but this is an overall package that contained multiple cell phones. It had a shipping label on it that had the name Earl Howard on it. We, at that time, weren't aware of the significance of that name, but had just been aware that that had been located in that vehicle.
So after the initial search and everything was done at the house on the 2nd, what was the next thing that happened in this investigation?
After everything was done with the house, we closed out that scene. As when we left the scene, there was no autopsy that was being planned or that had been confirmed as being planned. So we didn't hold the scene, we left. And then the next morning, we kind of picked up where we left off, trying to gather as much information as we could in the events leading up to what happened.
And how did you go about that?
A number of areas that we addressed. Throughout the interviews the night prior, it was determined that Nikki Entzel had been staying at the Staybridge Hotel. And so we sent deputies and individuals with BCI to that location to gather room rental paperwork, key card access logs for the room that had been rented, as well as surveillance video if it was available at that location. We sent a deputy to moneylenders to go over the actual payday loan that we had located information on. I contacted New Vision Security regarding the security systems at the residence, requesting information on video that they might have of the residence. And then the phone and the tablet that had been recovered from the residence, as well as a cell phone that had been turned over to Sergeant Silbernagel by Nikki Entzel and then turned over to me. We started the process of trying to download the information off those devices.
Who started that process?
I started the process of conducting the downloads.
And when you're downloading a phone, how do you go about doing that?
So we use a universal forensic extraction device. The particular program that I use, it's a computer with a series of software. Software is called Celebrate. We hook the phones up to that system, and then it does its best ability to do a forensic download of that device. The amount of information that's gathered and the type of download that occurs is fairly unique depending on the type of phone that you hook up to it.
Is there anything that you do to ensure that data isn't changed or the phone isn't changing while that download is happening?
There is. There's a few steps that we take to ensure that information isn't coming and going from the cell phone. We place it in airplane mode so that a signal isn't able to be sent to it, or new information isn't able to come into it while we're dealing with it. And then the process in which we use to conduct the download, some of the methods of download can actually add information to the phone, so we save that for last, and we'll do the other methods first so that we can get the most accurate depiction of what's actually on the phone at the time that we received it.
Now, you said you were doing the two cell phones, the Samsung that was found at the house and then one that was turned over by Ms. Entzel?
Yes, we attempted to do the download of those two phones and the tablet. We were not able to do a download of the tablet because it had a PIN code lock on it, but the other items we were able to conduct downloads of.
Were you able to extract all the data from the defendant's phone?
No, we're not.
What are the limitations?
The term all is a little too inclusive. We're limited to the methods that we use to search it and the constantly evolving methods that cell phone companies have for securing data on their phones. So in this case with the iPhone, there is no way that I'm aware of to do a perfect true copy of the hard drive of an iPhone. Essentially, we do what's called an advanced logical download of it, where the computer tells the phone that it wants all the information on the phone, and the phone provides the information that it will allow to pass across. So there's certain things that may not always come across. With Celebrate at that time, an example of one of these things would be like Facebook Messenger messages aren't normally captured by that device. So some of that information we have to do a manual search of, and then there's other information that may be on the phone that we're not able to see through either a manual search or through that download.
How are you able to preserve that information then?
We hold on to the cell phone, and there's some other methods of searching that I know are more inclusive. For example, BCI has some other programs that they can use to try to manipulate or try to gather more information off that phone. And then at times it's something that we hold on to the phone in case there's something specific we need to go back and look for if it's not captured through either of those methods. But whether it's the actual download, the computer keeps an accurate record of everything that we do when we're actually doing the download. In the case of a manual search, we use photographs and video of the phone to record what we're gathering.
So what other methods besides the Celebrate download that you did on Ms. Entzel's phone, what other methods did you use to recover information from her phone?
In that case, we used photographs, a camera that's hooked to the computer, that as we're manually searching the phone, we take photographs of every screen that we scroll through to record it.
I handed you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Were those some of those photos that you talked about taking off of Ms. Entzel's phone?
Yes, they are. It's a Facebook Messenger conversation that would normally be captured through our extraction device, so we took photographs of the messages.
And you ultimately did go through the data that was recovered from Ms. Entzel's phone, correct?
That's correct.
Were those messages able to be recovered by the methods that you used to extract the data?
Not by the method that I used. BCI conducted an additional download of this phone at a later time, and the methods that they used were able to extract this conversation from the cell phone.
So after you had done the extraction on both phones, and did you do them both in the same manner where you put them in airplane mode, hooked them to the machine, and downloaded the contents?
That's correct. We did that same process. However, one of the phones was a Samsung phone. That was the one recovered from the house. The other one is an iPhone, so they have slightly different processes you go through downloading the information, but the information gathered from both phones is by and large the same.
Were you able to review the data that was downloaded from the phones at that time?
At that time, very, very briefly. My main goal was to just try to establish anything I could as far as the last time the phones were used for communication. There was a number of things that we were trying to track down at that time, and time is not necessarily our friend in that. And so I looked at them briefly, but once I have those downloads, I'm able to review those at a later time. So I moved on to other evidence that I was concerned might be deleted or disappear as time went on.
So was there any identifying information within the Samsung phone data that allowed you to figure out who the primary user of that phone was?
Yes. So the lock screen, when you very first pick up the phone wakes up, so to speak, and displays a picture. That picture was depicting Chad and Nikki Entzel. And then when you went to the initial screen past that lock screen, that's just a swipe, that was a picture of Nikki Entzel. So I believe that phone to belong to Chad Entzel, based on the other phone that we had received came from Nikki Entzel.
Now, you said you do a preliminary look through. What exactly are you looking for? What portions of the phone are you looking for to help in your investigation?
So that at that time, all I was looking at was the timeline. I was looking at one of the features of that Celebrate program will actually line everything up in the phone in chronological order, so I can see what happened most recently. And so that was the sole point of my focus at that point. When I came back to that phone the next day and started looking through it, we looked through a lot more information beyond just that timeline. We'll look into the call logs, so the phone calls coming and going from the phone, the messages coming and going from the phone, any photographs that might be on the phone. There's all kinds of other information that we can gather at times, such as GPS locations. We'll also look at, in the case of one of these phones, the one belonging to Nikki Entzel, it kept track of health information, so it was tied into an iWatch and would gather information from that. We're able to look at all those different things. Some of the other stuff we'd look at is like internet search history, other kind of communications that might be on there from a third-party app. So you might see, like I said, that Facebook Messenger. You could see Snapchat information or text messages. All those would be things that we would look into. And in almost all those cases that I just listed, we were able to recover information from Nikki Entzel's cell phone in those areas.
So that preliminary review that you did, was that able to help you kind of establish a timeline?
Yes, it was.
How so?
So, I guess that's a fairly complex question. I'm not sure what you're asking.
I can narrow it down. Was there anything that told you, since you identified the Samsung as Chad's phone, was there anything on there that indicated the last time he had actively used that phone?
There was some messages on, I believe, that were on December 30th.
So what was the next step that you did?
After that initial search of those cell phones, like I said, we had sent deputies out to a number of different locations to gather information, so I started to review the information that was coming back. I reviewed the information that came back from the Statebridge as far as the room rentals, the key card access codes, and video surveillance that came from there. And then comparing those to what I had in the cell phones. This was kind of transpiring the first day after my initial response and then going into the next day. And so some of that information occurred on Friday. Then we got some new information Friday night that caused us to look into it more on Saturday. And Saturday is probably when I went through those things in more detail.
Now, you had talked about seeing some security camera and some security devices within the home. Did you, with the New Vision sign, did you follow up on that and get any information regarding that system?
Yes, that's what I referenced, that I reached out to New Vision Security on that Friday. And I spoke with, I believe his name is Cameron Fleck with New Vision Security. He said that he was able to recover a number of videos from the security camera, as well as an activity log for the different sensors throughout the residence. And so Corporal Ron Mayer met with him, gathered that information, and turned it over to me.
Now, you had said that you had noticed sensors within the home on January 2nd when you were there?
That's correct.
I've handed you State's Exhibits 285 to 289. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the security system as you saw it in the house on 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck?
Yes, I do.
I would offer State's Exhibits 285 to 289, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 285 through 289 are received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 285. Tell us what we're looking at and how this relates to the security system.
This is what I refer to as the south side of the residence. And on the very top right corner of the residence, you can see the gutter drainage system there and a light right next to it. Directly between the light and that soffit of the residence, there's a security camera pointing down at the driveway.
Is that camera depicted in State's Exhibit 286?
Yes, it is.
And what is 287?
That is a door sensor that's on the door frame.
Do you recall which door that is?
That door should be the door between the garage and the mudroom of the residence.
And that was the door that was identified as the primary entry door to the residence?
That's correct. That's the door that we entered the residence through. That's the door that the fire department stated that they entered the residence through.
And State's Exhibit number 288, what is this?
That's another door sensor. That's, again, the sensor and then the corresponding magnet attachment that goes on the door.
Do you recall which door this is within the residence?
I believe that's going to be the basement entry door.
And State's Exhibit number 289, what is this?
That was another sensor with the Honeywell system. I believe it was a glass breakage detector is what it was referred to.
And do you recall where that was located within the residence?
That was in the basement of the residence, mounted to the ceiling in approximately the center of the basement.
What information did you receive from New Vision when you contacted them about getting information regarding the security system?
So initially they provided us with a series of videos, short 30-second videos that were based off motion outside the residence, showing activity on December 30th. And then they also provided us with an activity log that showed activity sensor, I believe from like the 27th through our emergency response. That's what was initially provided. Then later that day, I was contacted by New Vision Security, and they provided an additional log that they referred to as an admin log that had additional information on it that didn't pertain necessarily to activity on scene, but addressed activity with that particular account and the security system as a whole and the settings that it operated under.
Ms. Lurie, we'll break in about 5 to 8 minutes, whenever it works good.
Handed you exhibits that have been previously entered. They'd be State's Exhibits 260 and 261. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I am.
Would those be the logs that you received from New Vision regarding what you just testified to?
Yes, they are.
And were you also provided the video, State's Exhibit number 262, from New Vision, or did you have to retrieve that yourself?
The video from the activations on that security system I was provided, yes.
Okay. Was there any issue with any of the videos that were provided by New Vision?
One video I was told that was corrupted and unable to play.
And do you recall in the sequence of order of the videos that were provided to you, where that video fell within the order of videos by time?
I believe it was the most recent video. So all the videos that I had, I believe, were on the 30th of December throughout that morning up into the evening. The most recent video, or the last available video, I want to say was at about 22:35 or 10:35 p.m. on the 30th, and that one was the one that was unable to play.
Was there anything that you had done to see if you could recover that video from any other means?
We had originally gotten the information from New Vision, trying to go through that. When we weren't able to recover that, we did a subsequent search of the residence, recovered the actual camera from the soffit. When we opened it up, it did have a memory device on it, and so we tried to see if that memory device would have any video saved directly to it.
And what did you find when you reviewed that media device that was within the camera?
We actually had to send it off to the manufacturer, and when they reached back out to us, they said that the device, or the memory stick itself, was empty. That it had no information on it.
To your knowledge, was there any other location that data from the security system would have been stored?
It was all cloud-based, so essentially anybody with the login information could access it. So when we were collecting the evidence, or collecting this information, we got it directly from New Vision. But when we had first initially responded to the scene, when there was interviews taking place with Nikki Entzel, as I understand it, she presented that same, or some of the same information on her phone of that security system.
Did you try to access that that video that was indicated that it was corrupted through the system directly?
I don't recall. I believe I went over what was turned over by Mr. Fleck.
Is there any reason to believe that the video would have been playable when accessing it directly into the system?
No. The information that was provided from Mr. Fleck was from the cloud source. So with that source being corrupted, there was no way that we could see to actually be able to play the video from some other device that was accessing that same source.
Now would be a good time to stop, Your Honor.
We'll take a lunch break and ask everyone to be back so we're ready to start by 1:15. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. If the bailiffs could take the jury out. Please be seated. The jury has left the courtroom, just confirming with counsel there's nothing to address.
No,
All right, we'll see you back at 1:15. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. It's 1:15 p.m. Going back on the record after a lunch break in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, case 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are here. Ms. Entzel is here with her attorney, Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer is here. Detective Thompson continues to be on the stand. Sir, you continue to be under oath. And so, Ms. Lawyer, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think when we left, you had talked about how you were starting to go through the records that you had received. Did that include the phone information?
To some extent, yes. So that this would have been essentially that Saturday. The majority of what I went over was the phone information. And the event logs are provided by New Vision, and the video that was provided by New Vision.
And what were you able to find going through the defendant's phone?
I had located a phone number that coincided with the rental paperwork from the Sabridge Suites for the name of the individual on that paperwork, which was Earl Howard on the Sabridge's paperwork, and that phone number was entered into Nikki Entzel's cell phone as Earl Howard as well. And then as I was going through the paperwork for the administrative and activity logs for New Vision, I was able to find a number of corresponding times where Nikki Entzel's cell phone had accessed the New Vision app,
And
or the Honeywell app.
How did you know it was Nikki Entzel's cell phone that had accessed the app? Was that information from New Vision or from her cell phone?
That information was from her cell phone. The information I received from New Vision would only tell me that somebody accessed that account using Nikki Entzel's account information, but it didn't tell me exactly who that would have been.
Did you compare that activity on her phone with the logs that you got from New Vision?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find when you made that comparison?
In many of the cases, I was able to see that her phone usage was accessing the account at the same time that changes were being made on the account on New Vision's end.
And when you could see she was using her phone, could you see if she was using it for the New Vision app or if she was using it for some other activity?
Your
For-
Honor, I would object to that. He already testified that he doesn't know who was accessing it, just that her phone was.
Okay. So you're just wanting him to be clear that the phone accessed the app, not, he doesn't know who personally was using the phone at the time.
Precisely, but the questions are being worded that
She-
Ms. Entzel was doing it.
Okay.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So when you were reviewing the New Vision security logs with the information on Ms. Entzel's phone, could you tell that could you tell that the phone was accessing the app, or was it the person using the phone engaged in some other activity?
In many of the cases, I could see that the phone itself was accessing the application.
Were there any logs from New Vision that you found had utilized Nikki Entzel's username and password, but that her phone wasn't associated with that activity?
There's a number, just because of the vast number of times that app was accessed. The phone does not necessarily tell me at what point they stopped using the application, so I can't always associate it directly with the activity on the log.
So if multiple actions were done in one session of opening up that app and using that app, you wouldn't be able to see the individual activities within that one session?
That's correct.
What other observations were you able to make when reviewing the phone?
There was a number of communications with other individuals that appeared to be romantic in nature. So we started trying to identify who those other individuals would be.
And were you able to identify them?
To some extent.
And the ones that you were able to identify, did they have any involvement in this investigation?
Not that I was aware of.
So what items of evidentiary interest did you find when reviewing the phone?
Again, on this date, there weren't a whole lot of other items. Throughout the period of time that I reviewed that phone throughout this case, there was quite a few other items as well that we located.
And what would those items have been through the course of your investigation that you located on Ms. Entzel's phone?
We located photographs on the phone that were associated with the case, call logs, messages, both text and Facebook messages.
And were you able to extract that information into a report?
Yes, I was.
I just handed you State's Exhibit number 53 and State's Exhibit numbers 300 through 310. Can you take a look at each one of those and indicate whether you recognize them?
So I recognize them as portions of the forensic download that I completed with her phone, with Nikki Entzel's phone.
And those are all the extractions, or the extraction reports that were made from all the phones that were reviewed?
They're selections of the full extraction, yes.
Okay. And it's not just the one phone. There were multiple phones taken from Ms. Entzel, correct?
That's correct.
And there was the phone that was found at the residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
And these would be these would be extractions from some of those phones, correct?
There are portions of them, yes. They're not the complete extraction of each phone.
And the reports that you have in front of you are a fair and accurate copy of those portions of the reports that were pulled from those extractions?
That's correct.
I would offer States Exhibits 300 through 310, Your Honor. And 53.
No objection.
Exhibit 53 and Exhibits 300 to 310 are received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Starting with Exhibit 53. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit?
This is a photograph. I'm sorry, this is a photograph that was taken off of the iPhone XR belonging to Nikki Entzel.
And how can you tell that it was taken off of that phone?
It actually specifies in the data on the photograph. It's referred to as metadata. It shows the device that actually took the photograph. Lists it with the capture date and time.
And what was the capture date and time of this photograph?
Would have been December 25th of 2019.
And there's a larger version of the picture below.
That's correct.
Why did you find this to be important in your investigation?
When I spoke with Sergeant Silvernagel when we first responded to the scene, he had stated that he had been shown an image by Nikki Entzel depicting that spousal abuse had been taking place in their relationship with Chad Entzel.
And you were able to find this photo on the phone?
That's correct.
Was there anything regarding where it was found in the phone or other information as to identify whose arm that was?
Not that I'm aware of.
So there wasn't a picture before of a person that you could identify where you could see the bruise on their arm?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then State's Exhibit number 300. Could you tell us what we're looking at in that exhibit?
Those are additional photos that were taken from the same cell phone.
And this one doesn't indicate that it was taken by the phone? Or does it somewhere else because it's not in the metadata?
It doesn't, no.
So does that tell you anything about when or where the picture was taken?
It shows that there was a creation time on it, but it doesn't specifically list metadata. This is something that commonly occurs with images or videos that are sent or received. The metadata itself doesn't necessarily always translate with the image.
So if this image was sent to a person and they saved it on their phone, you'd have a creation date, but not necessarily the originating information of the photo?
That's correct, depending on the messaging platform that you use.
And there's a larger version of the photo there as well. Again, was there anything before or after, anything in this picture that you were able to identify this as the defendant's arms?
No.
I noticed there's what appears to be a tattoo on the wrist of the image on the left.
Yes.
Were you able to use that to try to identify who it was?
I never looked to confirm whose arm it was based on whose phone it was.
And then why did you pull this picture out of the pictures on the phone?
For the same reason, the indication that a photo of a bruise was shown.
Any other photographs around this one to indicate anything other than what we're seeing here?
Not that I recall.
State's Exhibit number 301, what are we looking at here?
This was another image that was taken from the phone. again, showed created a modified date, but it didn't have the underlying metadata. This particular photo, the photo itself, is edited on the phone, and when a photo is edited on the phone, oftentimes it'll remove that original metadata as far as capture time.
What do you mean it was edited on the phone?
Border and text was added to it.
And so if that's done, that may change some of the background information for you to be able to find where it originated?
Correct, depending on the phone, and in this case, it creates a new photo out of the original with the editing on it.
And were you able to identify the individuals in that photo?
I believe it was Nikki Entzel and Cassandra Howard,
And who is Cassandra Howard?
Earl Howard's daughter.
And why did you pull this photo out as being something of interest?
Throughout the course of the interviews that we had, we were told, I believe it was that Nikki Entzel had never actually directly met with Cassandra Howard.
And how do you know this wasn't like a Photoshop picture or something that she had put together as like a collage?
Just looking at the photo itself, the way the shadows are in the photo, and with the background, for example, on Cassandra's foot being in the photo, things like that, it would appear to be more evident if that had been photoshopped.
And State's Exhibit number 302. What are we looking at here?
That's another image from the phone that had basically had two different images that were put together.
And anything that, other than the creation date, that it shows anything that you were able to tell where the pictures originated from? Like when the original pictures were taken?
Not when the original pictures were taken, other than this creation date would essentially be end time. So it would have to be at some point in time prior to this creation date.
And why did you pull this photo out as being important in your investigation?
This was just one of the photos that I had put together with all the images that she was putting together.
And State's Exhibit number 303. What are we looking at here?
This was another image taken from the phone that had been edited on the phone to add text.
And why did you think this was important in your investigation? Were you able to identify the individual in the photo?
Ultimately, we identified it as Earl Howard.
And so why did you pull this as being important in your investigation?
It indicated a romantic relationship between Earl Howard and Nikki Entzel.
And State's Exhibit number 304. What are we looking at here?
It is a ingoing and outgoing call log from Nikki Entzel's phone.
And how are you able to determine that it's from Nikki Entzel's phone?
The originating download that this was taken from would have had that information attached to it.
And how did you use the call log information in your investigation?
We looked through it to try to help establish a timeline of things that were going on, as well as individuals that were being called and when they were being called.
So can you walk us through how to read this call log report? What information is available on each line of the call log?
On each line, you're going to have a direction of the call. It'll state either incoming or outgoing, and that'd be as it relates to Nikki Entzel's cell phone. So, for example, an outgoing call would be a call placed by her cell phone, and an incoming call would be a call to her cell phone. Next to that is going to be a timestamp. That timestamp will be a date and time, and it'll be adjusted to the phone's time zone that it had set at the time that these were called.
And is there anything about the information regarding the time that tells you that that's local time to Bismarck?
Yes. So the three initials that are with it are UTC, and that stands for Universal Time, or Greenwich Mean Time. In other words, it would be an unadjusted time zone that's universal everywhere in the world, and then it's adjusted to our local time zone here, which is why it states right behind UTC at -6.
So that would be local to Central Time. Is that correct?
Correct. That'd be from UTC time to the local time that the cell phone was set to.
And then what's the next column in that line?
That would be the duration of the phone call.
What is the status?
The status is listed as whether or not the phone call was answered. That can be somewhat misleading, however, because if the voicemail picks up, it'll read as a status of answered, even though there wasn't actually somebody on the other end.
Even though there was or wasn't? I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't hear what you said.
So, for example, if you look at that very first line, the duration is listed as 4 seconds, but the status is listed as answered. Those two combined suggest that there was an actual conversation that took place, but instead that the phone call was answered either by a voicemail system or answered and immediately hung up.
What does the country code tell you?
The country that the phone was in at the time call was placed.
And how about network?
It's just the network that the phone is on, depending on what the Celebrite system is able to pull.
What is the video call column for?
Whether or not the call was a video call.
Does that always pull through?
No.
So it could be a video call and it may not show that?
Depending on the way that the Celebrite pulls information out. When it comes to iPhones and the Celebrite program, as I mentioned earlier, essentially the Celebrite program asks the iPhone to give it information, and the iPhone provides the information. But the information they receive is limited to what the iPhone turns over to the Celebrite program.
And what is the source info column?
It's the technical information that addresses the source file, that file where it lays in the database that's within the download.
And what's the deleted column?
The deleted column will show if an item that was able to be pulled from the phone had been deleted by the phone prior to it being pulled.
And States Exhibit number 305. What are we looking at here?
This is the internet search history from the cell phone.
So can you tell us how to read this?
In the same way, there's a series of headers, the title, the URL, last visited, and source information. It depicts what internet web address was accessed, the information that was actually entered into the search, and then when the visit actually took place.
And in going through the columns that are on each row, what information is being provided?
In the title, it's the title of the website that's being visited.
What about URL?
The URL is the internet address of that website.
How about last visited?
Again, that's the time and date that site was actually accessed by the phone.
If a site was visited multiple times, would you be able to see that?
To an extent. If it's spread out enough, yes. If it's something where they're on a site and they're switching between tabs, for example, then I believe it would just show the one instant.
And that would be the last time that website was visited?
Correct.
And what's the visits column tell us?
It lists a number of visits that are associated with that particular site.
And this one doesn't have any information, so is that, again, if the phone shares the information, it'll show up there?
That's correct.
What does the usage pattern tell us?
The usage pattern is not a column that I normally analyze.
Is there any information on State's Exhibit number 305 that shows up in that usage pattern column?
There is not.
And what is the source information column?
So the source information is going to explain what extraction the information came from, as well as the location within the extraction that that particular file can be located.
Was there anything of interest in your investigation that you came across when reviewing the browser history on Ms. Entzel's phone?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
There was a number of searches that we saw that had to deal with itineraries and orbits, but two essentially spots that stood out to us that just were of interest to this investigation.
And do you have specific numbers that we can go to look at those?
One of them is on page 1.
Which line number?
Line number 3.
What was significant to you about line number 3?
Line number 3 was an internet search through Google for the Weigel Funeral Home in Mandan.
What was significant about that?
It stood out to us because the search took place at 10:45 a.m. on January 2nd, which would have been a number of hours prior to Nikki Entzel knowing that Chad Entzel had passed away.
And you indicated that there were some travel sites that were visited. Do you have any specific lines you're talking about there?
Yeah, it's going to be line 4. And I'm not seeing it in this particular printout, but that line is associated to an internet search for a Starbucks in Fargo, North Dakota.
And why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
When we had taken all the evidence that we had gathered from multiple different locations, we had gotten the impression, or that it appeared that Nikki Entzel had flown to Minneapolis to meet with Earl Howard, and that the pair then traveled back to North Dakota. And the search on Nikki Entzel's phone suggested that she was actually with Earl Howard as they were making that trip. That was based on the time that search took place, as well as the time purchases were taking place on a joint account of theirs.
And what was the date that you put together that she had traveled to Minneapolis?
Traveled to Minneapolis on December 27th.
We'll move on to State's Exhibit 307. And what were these? What does this report show us?
This is a text message conversation that is from Nikki Entzel's phone, I believe. It doesn't specify which phone, but I'm familiar with the conversation and believe it was on Nikki Entzel's phone.
Who is it between?
Again, it doesn't state, but it's between Nikki Entzel and Chad Entzel.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
From when I reviewed the phone, it's not actually on this report.
But you're familiar with the messages and the content because you observed them in the phone extraction?
That's correct.
So the green messages, what would that signify based on the phone that they were taken from? An incoming or an outgoing message?
I don't believe it indicates a participant. So I mean, they would be incoming to Nikki Entzel's cell phone.
And you said these were phone messages between Chad Entzel and Nikki Entzel?
That's correct.
And what did you find significant about these messages?
They were communications between the two over the time frame that we had identified that Nikki had gotten to Minneapolis, met with Earl Howard, returned from Minneapolis, and then it also had relevance when we started looking at the video from the New Vision surveillance system. There was a point in time where we saw Nikki Entzel return to the home, and it appeared that she was confirming Chad Entzel's location prior to arriving at the home.
And what is State's Exhibit number 309?
This is a call log that was taken from Nikki Entzel's iPhone. It would not have been the same iPhone that we were talking about earlier. This would have been her new iPhone that she began using after she turned over her old iPhone to law enforcement.
So there was prior testimony that she had agreed to give her phone to law enforcement and then was able to get a phone from within her vehicle and use that. Is that the phone that you're referring to, the new one that she was using after she turned her original one over to law enforcement?
That's correct.
So what's the date range on State's Exhibit number 309?
From January 6th through January 7th of 2020.
And then what is State's Exhibit number 310?
It's a activity log or a list of activity logs from Nikki Entzel's cell phone, and this would have been the cell phone that she turned over to law enforcement initially.
And how, so this information was pulled from her phone, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the date range on this?
It would have been from 12/30 of 2019 through 1/2 of 2020.
And can you tell us, just walk us through how to read this table?
Again, the name is the type of activity as the phone records it. So in the case of line 1, it states steps and distance. It originates from, it labels the device that it originates from. However, in this case, it simply states device. And then it's a value that associates with that name. So in this case, again, on line 1, it's steps taken by the individual. And then the next line is the times associated with that particular activity.
So I note that that time has UTC plus 0. What does that tell you?
That tells me that it's not based on local time, but instead that it's based on that universal time. So to get the local time, you would have to adjust it.
How would you have to adjust it to get local time?
At the time this incident occurred, you'd have to subtract 6 hours.
And location, source, and deleted, do those usually come into play?
They can, if the phone records the location data with it. I don't believe it did in this case. The source is the same as before. It lists the file that that particular activity is listed. And then whether or not the activity is deleted, it would list that. They're not commonly found to be deleted activities.
What other information did you request and receive that you used in your investigation?
Throughout the course of the investigation, we went down a number of different avenues. One of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to identify or eliminate any and all potential suspects in what was going on. So we started gathering information from cell phone towers around both the hotel and around the incident location over on 43rd Avenue. We had identified a number of cell phone numbers from people that we knew were either associated or involved with the case. And so we reached out to the cell phone companies and tried to get geographic information for those that would show us where those phones were at specific times. We reached out to we reached out for banking records associated with Nikki Entzel, which ultimately provided us with banking records for Nikki Entzel, Chad Entzel, Earl Howard, and I believe a minor child of Nikki's. Some of the other information that we reached out for was that box of cell phones that was in Nikki Entzel's car. It had an address listed on it that actually came back to an AT&T physical location in town, so we sent deputies to that location. We reached out to Nikki Entzel's employer and requested time card information and video surveillance information from that location. We identified the route or the most common routes that would be traveled between Nikki Entzel's hotel room and the address on 43rd Avenue. And we reached out to a number of companies along that route that had surveillance systems and tried to gather security camera footage from those locations.
Were you able to get any usable surveillance from those businesses along the way?
We were able to get surveillance video from a number of the businesses. The specific time frames that we had deemed to be of interest in this case were, for the most part, in the hours of darkness, and so we were not able to get any conclusive information from them.
Now, you talked about getting bank records. Where did you go to get bank records?
We went through Wells Fargo.
And how did you determine that Wells Fargo would be where you would need to look for bank records?
I believe it was through, I don't recall exactly, I believe it was through the checkbook that had been involved in the case.
Handed you states exhibits number 311 and 312. Do you recognize those?
I believe that the banking records that we received on two of those accounts that I mentioned, in the case of 311, the account in the name of Nikki Sue Entzel and Earl Howard, and the case of 312, an account between Nikki Sue Entzel and Chad Entzel.
And are those true and correct copies of the documents received from Wells Fargo?
I believe so, yes.
I would offer 311 and 312, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 311 and 312 were received.
So you had indicated that States Exhibit 312 is a joint account between Nikki Entzel and Chad Entzel.
That's correct.
When reviewing that banking information, did you find anything that stood out regarding Chad's alcohol usage?
We essentially saw an absence of it. We didn't see any indication that large sums of money were being spent at locations commonly associated with the sale of alcohol.
So that would be bars or liquor stores?
That's correct.
In reviewing the bank records that are in State's Exhibit number 311, which is a joint account between Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard, did you get information from the bank that tells you when that account was opened?
Yes, we did.
And when was that account opened?
I believe that's going to be August 22nd of 2019.
Were you able to find any records in that joint checking account that assisted in your investigation?
Yes, we were.
And what was that?
We use that account as a roadmap of sorts of the locations that both Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard were spending funds up to this incident. And we use that to kind of go back and identify pertinent locations that might have video evidence for us, or that might show that there was a romantic relationship between them, to show when they were traveling together, and to show when they were separate from one another.
How were you able to differentiate the purchases to Nikki Entzel or Earl Howard?
There was two distinct debit card or credit cards associated with the account. And based on the usage, the times and locations, we were able to identify which card was being used by which individual.
Which card was being used by Earl Howard?
The last four of that should be 8436.
And what was the card being used by Nikki Entzel?
The last four on that was 6174.
And how were you able to differentiate those two and know for sure that that's who was associated with which card?
Again, a number of the times that they're being used. For example, by looking at those, we were able to show that Earl Howard had actually traveled from Canada to North Dakota, and there was points along his travel route that Nikki Entzel couldn't have been with him when the one card was being used. There was another time that same card was being used when Nikki Entzel was at work. So there was quite a few different areas where we were able to show which card was belonging to which individual.
How did other than the fact that they had a joint checking account, how did the account help you establish that they were in a romantic relationship?
One of the purchases for the account was at a adult novelty store.
And how did that establish that they were in a romantic relationship together?
So we actually went back and made contact with that store, looked at the items that were actually purchased, and then based on the fact that they were actually in Minneapolis together at that time, concluded that that was what was taking place. When we combined that to photos on the phone and other things we were coming across, for example, the one exhibit that you already presented.
With the photos you're talking?
Correct, yeah.
Do you recall what the date of that transaction was with that adult store?
I believe it's going to be December 28th of 2019.
And how could you tell that store was located in the Minneapolis area?
I believe it listed it on the account. I'd have to find it here in the list, but I believe it stated that it was in Anoka, Minnesota.
Was there any particular dates of transactions that you focused in on regarding that joint checking account?
Yeah, the time frame between December 27th and January 2nd.
And you had kind of indicated that you had followed up with some of those transactions?
That's correct.
Which transactions did you follow up with?
We followed up with a couple of transactions at Walmart, transactions at the Boot Barn, transactions at a Cenex and a McDonald's that were both in Dickinson. The transaction for the novelty store was Chanticleer's in Minnesota. There was additional transactions at the Bismarck Airport that we followed up with. Transactions at Lowe's, Harbor Freight, both here in Bismarck. Prax Air here in Bismarck. Northwest Tire here in Bismarck.
Did any of those visits, other than potentially getting transaction information and/or video of either Nikki Entzel or Earl Howard at the store, did any of those follow-up meetings with businesses yield any more evidence in this case?
Yes, it did.
And which store was that?
In particular, it was Praxair.
What did you find at Praxair?
When we went there and spoke with them, they were able to find the associated receipt to that purchase. It was a card associated with Earl Howard, and the item purchased was an oxyacetylene cutting and welding torch outfit.
And why did that stand out to you?
When we were looking at that, Sergeant Silbernagel had recalled seeing what he believed to be that same set at Chad Entzel's residence when we initially had responded to it on January 2nd.
Did you go back and review the photographs that you took on January 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And did you find that you had, in fact, taken pictures of this oxygen acetylene torch?
Yes, we did.
So what did you do at that time?
We applied for an additional warrant to go back to that residence and try to collect that torch set.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was, the search was on February 24th. The application for the warrant would have been immediately preceding that.
Were you able to find that torch at the house yet?
Yes, we were.
And where were you able to find it?
I was actually in the same location that we had originally seen it on January 2nd, in the garage of the residence.
Had you reviewed other photos taken by BCI agents who were at the home on January 6th and the fire marshal who was at the home on January 9th to see if there was anything different about, if they had taken pictures of this torch as well?
I reviewed the photos that had been taken by BCI on January 6th and compared those with the photos on January 2nd taken by myself. And then the state that we found the torch on February 24th, and it was all in the same location. I don't recall reviewing the photos from the state fire marshal.
Did you photograph it then as you found it on February 24th?
Yes, I did.
And was it seized at that time?
Yes, it was.
I've given you photographs that are marked States Exhibits 313 through 315 and a torch kit marked 316. Do you recognize those pictures and the torch kit?
Yes, I do.
Are the photographs an accurate representation of what you observed on the dates that they were taken?
Yes, they are.
And is the torch kit in substantially similar condition as when you found it?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 313 through 316, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 313 through 316 are received.
And permission to publish the photographs, Your Honor. Okay, showing States Exhibit 313, where did you find the, first of all, when was this picture taken?
This picture would have been taken on January 2nd of 2020.
And where was the torch kit in this photograph?
It's in the center of the photograph. You see the large yellow ladder there. It's right at the base of that ladder.
Why wasn't it seized, the torch kit, why wasn't it seized on January 2nd when you were in the house the first time?
There was a few items within the house that were welding related. We didn't know that this was associated with the case until we saw the painting records.
And State's Exhibit number 314, when was this photograph taken?
This would have been taken on that February 24th of 2020 when we returned to the residence to seize the tote.
And is that, does this picture, States 314, depict where you had found it when you went back on February 24th?
Yes, it does.
And States Exhibit 315, which is a close-up of the torch, does that depict how you found it
Yes, it does.
on that date? Okay. Are you familiar with the use of or how a torch kit like this would be used?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
At the time, I had spoken with Praxair, and they'd given me kind of an idea of how it works, and since that time, I've received formal training on how to actually set up and use one of these.
So can you tell us how it's used?
Essentially, there's two tips that come with it. One of it's used for welding, one of it's used for cutting. It uses two different gases to essentially create enough heat to be able to work with metal. There's a specific process that you'd use to start it up. In the case of like the cutting torch, you would connect everything. You have a series of valves. You have valves both on the tanks themselves, regulators on both tanks themselves, and then you'll have additional valves on the torch set itself, which is on the other end, or the part that you would hold in your hand. The startup process for utilizing one of these is you would actually close the regulators, and then you would turn on the valves for the tanks. The two gases in this case are going to be acetylene and oxygen. Acetylene is the fuel gas, and so you would turn that tank on usually a quarter to a half of a turn on the valve. The reason for that is that's the most volatile of the two substances, and it's intended to be able to be shut off quickly in case there's an emergency or something going wrong with the torch set. Once you have that on, you would actually open up the regulator to get a specific pressure that would be significantly lower than that of the oxygen. Once you've accomplished that, you'd shut that back off. You'd then do the same process with the oxygen until you get the appropriate regulator setting. You would then shut that off. When you then start it up, again, you turn on the acetylene. You would open up a valve on your hand torch, ignite it, and then set that, and then add the oxygen to that after that point. The main point that we noticed with the method that we would set this up is you would open up that acetylene portion significantly below oxygen, and the actual valve for the acetylene tank you would only open up a quarter to half a turn rather than to open it a great deal.
When you're done using it, what's the process to turn everything back off?
So you'd go through the same process. You would turn off the acetylene at the torch, turn off the oxygen, and then you would turn off the valves on the actual tanks. Once all the valves on the tanks are out and your flame is out, then you'd open up the valves on the hand torch again to let the gas out of the torch so that it's not pressurized.
Is there a way to tell if a torch kit's been used?
The torch tip, yes.
And what happens to the torch tip when it's used?
Because of the heat that's involved, it'll actually develop kind of a star pattern on the end of the tip that will be discolored.
And did you look at the tips on this torch kit that was seized from the Entzel residence?
We did.
And did it appear that either one of the tips had been used?
Neither appeared to have been used.
Which tip is actually connected to the hoses?
The welding tip.
When a kit's purchased, is it assembled just like this when it's purchased from the store?
This particular kit, absolutely nothing is assembled. It all comes individually, and the end user has to go through the process of assembling and setting up the kit.
And what does it take to assemble the kit?
It would take a working knowledge of the system to be able to put it together or follow in the directions with the book.
Does that include like attaching the hoses, attaching the tip?
Yeah, when I say everything has to be assembled, it's everything. You have to actually add the regulators to each tank, and then the hose itself, you would have to add or attach the hose to each regulator. and then you'd have to attach the opposite ends of the hose to whatever cutting torch that you intended to use.
And in looking at this, this torch kit, when it was seized by you on February 24th, what was done with it?
When it was first seized by us, then we retained it as evidence. At a later time, we took it to somebody that we believe would be able to give us some more insight as to its use or whether or not it had been used. But when we first took it, the goal was to see if we could find DNA evidence on it.
So it was, what, taken to the lab, or did you try to do that yourself?
It was taken to the lab.
Okay. And to your knowledge, in the examination for possible sources of DNA, do you know if any of the regulators or the valves were manipulated by staff?
Not that I'm aware of.
What else did you do with it?
After we had gotten it back, we had conducted up a interview with Earl Howard, and based off that interview, we took the set to Praxair to have one of their employees look at it.
What did he tell you that made you take it to
Objection,
Praxair?
Your Honor, hearsay.
Maybe approach.
You may.
Okay, you had indicated that you had taken the torch kit in then to where?
To Praxair.
And what kind of examination or testing or process did you want them to do with the tank?
We wanted to know if the tank had been, or if the system had been used, if it had been ignited or used to cut anything or light anything. And if so, we wanted to know how much fuel and oxygen was used in the process.
Okay. And you spoke with whom to do that?
Joe Jangula.
Now, based on your knowledge of this torch kit and your use of this torch kit, is there any way that the tanks could leak?
Not that I'm aware of. It's my understanding that it's very rare for them to leak. In this case, there's 2 tanks, so it'd be even more rare for both of them to leak at the same rate to where they'd be empty.
Is there a way? Is there a way to basically bleed the tanks dry utilizing this torch?
You could.
How?
By opening up the valves on the torch, opening up the regulators, and then opening up the valves on the tanks.
And in reviewing the photographs that you took of the torch kit at the time, and in reviewing the regulators and the valves on this particular torch kit, what can you tell me about the valves or the regulators?
When we first took them to Praxair, I believe the valves on the tanks were closed. The regulators were in the open position, and the valves on the torch were in the open position.
And would that allow the tanks to leak or bleed dry?
In that state, no.
And when you found the torch kit, you took close-ups of the apparatus as it was when you found it, correct?
That's correct.
And was there anything that you could tell about the positioning of the torch kit there that was different than what you saw when you took it to Praxair?
No, it was in the same state that I could tell.
And you confirmed with Praxair that they did provide full tanks to Mr. Howard?
That's correct. When they sell this kit, it comes with brand new tanks that are empty. Part of the purchase price is Praxair will actually immediately replace those brand new tanks with full tanks, so that the tote set would have full tanks. When we first spoke with Praxair, they confirmed that, and then looking at the tanks that were recovered, they're obviously not new.
Now, you said that you also followed up with the Bismarck Airport.
That's correct.
What was the reason for that?
The cards, I believe both cards, and the 2 different numbers were used at the Bismarck Airport in the time frame that we were looking at.
And you gather that information where?
Initially, we gathered the information from the joint checking account as it related to the most recent purchase. And then we gathered additional information through the Bismarck Airport's Parking Authority for other purchases made using those same cards.
So what did you do with the Bismarck Airport Authority to find out what the purchases were and if you could find any documents regarding the transaction?
I contacted their parking authority. I explained to them what I was looking for, and they were able to find corresponding payments to the card numbers that I provided them.
How were they able to do that?
They had business records related to it, and then they retain all of the parking stubs for their transactions. So I was able to see both their parking stubs that were related to the transactions, and then a document that showed the purchases themselves that was part of their records.
And you were able to track which parking ticket or parking stub were the ones purchased on that joint checking account?
That's correct.
And I gave you 2 exhibits that are marked and have already been received as state's exhibit numbers. What are the numbers on there?
264 and 265.
Thank you. In looking at state's exhibit number 264, what were you able to find about that transaction or those parking tickets?
I believe, and I don't have the business document with me. I believe that they were both purchased using the card associated with Nikki Entzel on December 12th of 2019, entering and exiting on the same date, and the 14th of December 2019, again entering and exited on the same date.
And what about state's exhibit number 265? What information were you able to tell on that?
That was 2 separate cards again. One that had entered parking on December 27th of 2019 and exited parking on December 29th of 2019. That was paid for using Nikki Entzel's card with that joint account. The other card entered and exited the parking lot on December 29th of 2019. I believe that one was paid for using Earl Howard's card on that joint checking account.
Was there any further information you were able to gather from looking at that joint checking account?
Not beyond what I've already talked about.
Did you review any other electronic records regarding this investigation?
Throughout the course of the investigation, both with AT&T and then with a number of the different places that we went to, such as Echantises and Boot Barn, there was an email address that kept coming up. I believe it was earlthehoward@gmail.com. It was usually associated with a purchase made by his card, and it was oftentimes some form of a reward program, or in the case of AT&T, part of an account, detailed account that listed that email address as being his.
So what did you do with that information?
We requested information through Google through the use of a warrant.
Did you get anything back from Google regarding that email account?
Yes, we did.
What did you receive?
We received essentially a mailbox associated with that account, which showed emails that were still retained with that account that we were able then to view.
Were you able to find any emails that were associated with your investigation?
We were able to find a number of emails. This included emails associated with travel, hotel stays, bookings through orbitz.com, We found emails associated with a Progressive insurance policy, and then we also located emails that had a detailed possession list. Period was made for insurance purposes, and a YouTube video as it was forwarded between Nikki and Earl.
I handed you states exhibits number 317 through 325. Do you recognize those documents in that DVD?
The documents I recognize. The DVD I don't believe I've reviewed.
The DVD contains the YouTube video that you referred to. Did you review the YouTube video?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are the documents a true and accurate copy of the emails that you found on Mr. Howard's account?
Certain emails from that account, yes.
And the DVD contains the video that follows the link through that email that was exchanged between Mr. Howard and Ms. Entzel?
I believe so.
State would offer exhibits 317 to 325.
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 317 through 325 are received.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
May.
Okay, I have State's Exhibit number 317 up right now. So what was significant about this email?
This is travel information that was sent from Orbitz to the email address we associated with Earl Howard. It is regarding an itinerary made for flights from Toronto to Minneapolis, and then I believe from Minneapolis to Bismarck and then back.
On what dates were the travel?
October 22nd through October 28th of 2019.
Through your investigation, were you able to corroborate that that travel actually occurred?
I believe there was associated times at a hotel here in town.
And State's Exhibit number 318, what are we looking at here?
This is another travel confirmation for travel that was sent from Orbitz to the email associated with Earl Howard. This is for travel that was to take place December 12th through December 14th of 2019.
Okay, and going between State's Exhibit number 317 and 318, looking at the dates of those emails, is there anything you can tell me about the formatting of the date when you look between the two of those emails?
The date appears to list the day of the month prior to the month, so it's not a traditional format that you would see of month, day, year. This is going to be day, month, year.
So going back to State's Exhibit number 318, the date on that it would have been sent would have been December 10th, 2019?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated the dates for travel for this email on State's Exhibit 13 were what dates again?
For 318?
Correct.
December 12th through December 14th.
Is there any information you received during the course of this investigation that corroborated the fact that that travel occurred?
Again, corresponding hotel information, and then the parking stub information as well that we just went over.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 319, what is in this document?
Again, that's travel information from Orbitz to the email account associated with Earl Howard. It was sent December 26th of 2019, and it's for travel on December 27th of 2019.
And that appears to be purchase of a one-way ticket for Nikki Entzel, is that correct?
That's correct. It's a one-way ticket from Bismarck to Minneapolis.
And was there anything in your investigation that confirmed that this travel occurred?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
Again, the parking information that we just looked at, showing that her car arrived at the airport on the 27th of December. There was surveillance video obtained from the Bismarck airport showing her arriving at the hotel. And then there was, I believe it was a photo on her phone, a screenshot of the Orbitz information. And then we saw her card, or I'm sorry, not her card, but her internet search history suggesting that she was with Earl Howard as he was traveling from Minneapolis to Bismarck.
Now, you had said you reviewed surveillance from the Bismarck airport of her showing up at the hotel?
I'm sorry, at the airport.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 320. What was significant about this email?
This is yet another email from Orbitz to the email account associated with Earl Howard. It was sent December 27th of 2019, and it's for a stay at the Staybridge Suites here in Bismarck.
And were you able to confirm that that stay actually occurred?
Yes, I was.
And how were you able to do that?
Through hotel records that were originally provided to us by Staybridge.
State's Exhibit number 321. What are we looking at here?
This is an email from an email address that was associated with Nikki Entzel to an email address associated with Earl Howard. And it is a forwarded email regarding progressive insurance policy.
How were you able to associate that email address with the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
Through her cell phone, the download of her cell phone would have had an email address associated with it, as well as the name as it applied or as it appeared in the email address associated for Earl Howard was for Nikki Gmar.
I didn't quite understand that. So how did you
That's
find the name Nikki Gmar?
The Nikki Gmar is essentially the vanity name that's in the Gmail account for Earl Howard. So when an email comes from the actual email address, which is nikki898900@yahoo.com, it would show him, if he was looking at his email inbox, that he got an email from Nikki Gmar.
So that would be kind of like a call log with a phone, whatever name
Correct.
you associate with that is going to show up on your end?
Correct, though I believe this name is actually from the sender that shows up.
And you said it's from Progressive Insurance. How did that relate to your investigation?
We had identified a progressive policy that had been opened just a few days prior to this incident, and then that same that same insurance policy came up with the interviews between Sergeant Silvernagel and Nikki Entzel.
How did you know that this particular email was associated with that insurance policy?
Based on the time that it was sent.
Which was what?
This was forwarded on December 29th of 2019, but it was of an original email that was sent on December 27th of 2019, which is the same date that particular progressive policy went into effect.
Was there anything else about the email that indicated what type of policy was being addressed in the email?
It just says North Dakota Auto and then a account number.
And on page 3 it indicates, thank you for choosing Progressive Home by Home site for your renter's insurance. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it does.
In State's Exhibit number 322, what are we looking at here?
This is an email that was sent from the email address associated with Earl Howard to the one that we had previously identified as belonging to Nikki Entzel.
This one says it's to Glitter Lady, though. Is that again a user input value?
Correct.
Okay. And what was important about this email in your investigation?
It contained an attachment. The actual substance of the email was blank. The attachment was listed as Nikki possession list, and it was an Excel spreadsheet.
And what kind of possessions were at issue in the attachment?
It listed household possessions based off of room location in a residence.
And State's Exhibit number 323. How did this email relate to your investigation?
The subject of this email states homes to consider. It was a forwarded email. It was forwarded from the email address associated with Nikki Entzel to the email associated with Earl Howard. And it listed a number of home properties based on their location and their price.
Was there anything significant about the location of the homes? Did you know where they were located?
I'm not seeing it on this email. It lists a city, but no state that I'm seeing, just a zip code.
Okay. And you don't know what that zip code is associated with?
I know of other home listings that they were looking at where those are at. These particular ones I don't recognize, no.
Okay. And that was dated, when was that email sent?
That would have been January 4th of 2020.
State's Exhibit number 324. What is that email?
This is an email from the email associated with Earl Howard to the email associated with Nikki Entzel. It was sent on December 14th of 2019, and it's an attachment to a YouTube video.
Did you follow that YouTube video to see what it was?
Yes, I did.
And you believed it was related to your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And showing State's Exhibit number 325.
If these teeth came out earrings are the best you can do this Christmas, then you can just follow out the door.
So why did you find that significant in your investigation?
At the time that we located that video, we were investigating a homicide that had occurred where it appeared attempts had been made to burn down the house. And then with the information that we had gathered with the oxyacetylene torch set never actually being used for its intended purpose, and for both of the tanks to be empty, I believe that there was an attempt made to actually cause the house to explode or to further the burning down of it.
Now, you also reviewed information from Chad Entzel's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And what information were you able to find from his phone?
We found a few items that just corroborated the information that we had received from Nikki Entzel's phone as far as messages or call logs. And then we found a photo that was associated with that hutch that I originally mentioned that we located inside the house.
And that hutch, what are you referring to with that?
That's that wooden hutch that was in the living room of the residence that had the, I believe in the photo it had a bottle of wine on it and the scars on it that had the damaged door.
So that bar area.
Correct.
I handed you state's excuse me, state's exhibit number 326. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's the photo that was taken off of Chad Entzel's phone and includes the metadata as to the capture date and time of the photo, and it depicts that hutch or that bar in a state prior to its damage.
And is that a true and correct copy of the photo as you found it on the phone?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 326, Your Honor.
No objection. 326 is received.
And permission to publish again, Your Honor. So what could you tell about that photograph that's in State's Exhibit 326?
There was a few things that stood out to us regarding this photograph. One of the things that stood out was that it was actually taken on December 7th of 2019, so approximately 3 weeks prior to our initial law enforcement response. When we responded to the house on the 2nd of January, the majority of that hutch and the items in it were still in the same places or nearby. For example, that box of cigars was on the ground next to it. There's a loose cigar sitting there that you could still see in the photograph on January 2nd. One of the wine bottles in the back, I believe it's got the yellow top to it, was still in it when we responded on January 2nd. But one thing that we noticed was absent from that hutch on January 2nd was 2 of the bottles of whiskey. Those were the same 2 bottles, or appeared to be the same 2 bottles as the 2 bottles that were located in the bedroom on January 2nd, one on the bed and one on the bedside table.
So I'm pulling up again State's Exhibit 283. This is what you're referring to when you said you could see most of those items still on the hutch area when you went there on January 2nd.
That's correct.
The levels of alcohol within the bottle, could you tell anything about those from the photo, or wasn't it very clear?
The photo from Chad Entzel's phone.
But when you compared the 2 photos, or when you were at the residence and then you looked at the photo from Chad Entzel's phone, were you able to tell anything about the how much had been used in those 3 weeks?
So regarding the two bottles that you're able to see in the photo that you have currently up, no, there was nothing that stood out. Regarding the 2 whiskey bottles that were visible in the photo from Chad Entzel's phone, the one bottle, I believe, is a Crown Royal bottle on the left, looked to be at half or less than half capacity, and then the other one I wasn't able to tell exactly where it was at, just that it had been open and some had been consumed off the... It didn't appear full, I guess, is how I put it.
And other than these 4 bottles of alcohol that are being displayed in State's Exhibit number 326, did you find any other bottles of alcohol at the residence on January 2nd?
No, just that the 2 had been moved out of the hutch and appeared to be the same ones that were in the bedroom.
Now, you had said that this photo was taken on December 7th. How do you know that it was taken on that date as opposed to being saved on the phone at that date?
With that particular photo, there was metadata assigned that included the actual device that took the photo and listed the date and time and even the geographic location of where that photo was taken.
And were you able to confirm that that geographic location was the Entzel household?
Within a certain distance. You're somewhat at the mercy of the cell phone companies when they list that geographic location. When I punched this one in, it came slightly south of Highway 43, right across the street from this particular residence, the 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
Would it be still in the area of the house enough that you're confident that it was taken in the house?
That's correct.
Now going back to State's Exhibit number 307, which you said were the text messages between Nikki Entzel and Chad Entzel. Were you able to find those messages on Chad's phone as well?
I believe so. I don't know if it was all encompassing, but yes, the messages were on both locations.
Now, going to page 8, starting at page 8, there are text messages that were sent on December 30th, correct?
I'm sorry, which date did you say?
December 30th, on page 8,
Yes.
there's messages going to December 30th. When is the first message that you find in this message chain that was sent on December 30th?
That message would have been sent at 6:39 p.m.
And which page is that on?
Page 8.
Okay. Are there any other messages in the exhibit that are from December 30th?
Yes, there are.
And are there any that are earlier than that date?
Messages from prior to that date.
On December 30th, any earlier messages that are on
Not
other pages?
not from that are coming into the phone. No.
Okay. But there are other ones that are from December 30th, correct?
I guess I'm not.
There's
there's a series of messages. They all list December 30th as the date.
Okay.
I'm
And
not
what
sure
is
you're
the
asking.
what is the earliest message either coming in or going out of the phone?
Coming
on
in or
December
going
30th?
out, it would be 6:38.
Okay. And that would be on page 7, correct?
That's correct.
And did you review those in the course of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what information did they provide you?
The information was, or the conversation that was taking place appeared to be a back and forth about bowling, whether or not Chad was going to do a good job at bowling that night. And then the messages from Nick Ansel's phone saying, are just asking about the team that he was going to be playing.
Was there any indication in any of these messages about if Chad had a bad night at bowling, there would be drinking games played?
There is a message of drinking games in these messages.
And where would that be?
On page 8, at the bottom of the page, it would have been on a different date.
What date would that have been?
January 2nd of 2020.
And is that message consistent with what Ms. Entzel reported in the investigation, that she had sent messages to her husband when she had been contacted by work that he hadn't shown up?
That was my understanding, yes.
When you're doing an extraction of a phone, do you have the ability to search the data that comes out of it, or do you have to manually go through everything?
Both. You are able to search the information that comes out of it, but to some extent you have to kind of guess what terms are going to come up. If there's a specific term you're looking for, you can certainly enter that, and it will tell you every single time that term comes up. But if you're trying to find an idea that came across, you might have to come up with multiple terms that you would search by, and you would probably still want to follow up with a manual search of that to confirm that there wasn't some other term that you missed. But if there's a specific term you're looking for, yes, you can search that.
Did you search for the term drinking game or drinking games?
Yes, I did.
And what came up?
It was just this one message.
Did you do a manual look through any communications between Nikki Entzel and Chad Entzel for the term drinking game or drinking games?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
This was the only instance of it coming up.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit number 308, which is, you tell me, what is it? What are we looking at?
Ms. Lawyer, we should take a break soon, so I'm not sure where you're at. Just want you to be thinking about that.
We can do it as soon as he's done answering this question, Your Honor.
Exhibit 308 is a series of phone calls. It's a call log.
And whose phone is it from?
It doesn't say it on the exhibit. I recognize the phone calls as being from Chad Entzel's phone.
Okay. I think we can take a break now, Your Honor.
Let's take a break till 3 o'clock. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. If the bailiffs would please take the members of the jury out. Thank you. Please be seated. The members of the jury have left the courtroom. I just want to put on record the bench conference that we had at about 2:13 p.m. Mr. Glass made an objection based upon hearsay to the question posed. Ms. Lawyer responded. We discussed whether the information was sought for the truth of the matter asserted, and then Ms. Lawyer, just to avoid any issues on that question, said she was going to withdraw the question. Mr. Glass, does that adequately cover what occurred during the bench conference?
It does.
Ms. Lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, anything further we need to address?
Not at this time.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll be back about 3. Please be seated. It's 3 o'clock p.m. We're back on the record in State v. Entzel, case 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel and Mr. Glass are present, as is Ms. Lawyer. And Detective Thompson is on the stand, so Ms. Lawyer, you may continue your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And looking at State's Exhibit number 308, which was that call log we were discussing, there had been previous testimony about people trying to contact Chad on January 2nd and not being able to. Could you find evidence of that in the call logs?
Yes, we could.
And what did you find?
We saw multiple phone calls that were incoming on January 2nd that all went unanswered.
Some of them say incoming instead of missed. How do you know they were unanswered?
If you look directly next to them in the duration column for all of them is listed as 0.
And what was the last phone call that you found Chad had received based on this call log?
The last phone call that he would have received would have been on December 30th of 2019 at about 7:21 in the morning.
And that would be line 20?
Correct.
And that shows that it's from Nikki. Were you able to associate that phone number with the defendant, Nikki Entzel, as well?
Yes, we were.
Based on what you saw of Chad's phone, were you able to tell when the phone activity ceased on his end? Or was that not apparent from the records that you were able to obtain from it?
Yeah, with the phone and the messages, we were able to see when the last outgoing call would have been, or the last, not necessarily outgoing, but the last actual call that took place.
Now, with all this information that you had received, before we go on to that, State's Exhibit number 306, which I don't have handy to publish, but you have that in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a conversation it's listed as a conversation, instant messages. It's 3 messages. I believe this is from Nikki Entzel's cell phone.
And who are the messages with? Can you tell from that document?
Lists a phone number associated with Nikki Entzel and an email address associated with Earl Howard.
And you said there's only 3 messages?
That's correct.
And those were all the messages between the 2 that you found on her phone?
That's correct.
Were you able to tell, based on the data that you retrieved from the phone, whether there had been messages that were deleted or whether there just weren't any?
There was no messages that I recall that were listed as deleted. If something's deleted and it's not still retrieved by the phone, we wouldn't know of its existence.
But if something's deleted and can be retrieved by the phone, you would be able to see that too?
That's correct.
Okay. So based on everything that you had obtained in this case that you indicated you used in your investigation to establish a timeline, what were you able to establish?
We put together a timeline that was in fairly great detail from December 27th through January 2nd, the time that the fire was reported to us, that kind of detailed the locations of Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard, the locations of Chad Entzel, purchases that were made throughout that period of time, and then other activities such as key card entries at the hotel.
And what did you find about their whereabouts on the morning of December 27th?
On December 27th?
Correct. What was the first activity that you had seen? You said starting with December 27th.
So I guess the first thing I recall being on December 27th is Nikki Entzel traveling to Minneapolis.
And you indicated from the records you were able to tell that she joined with Earl Howard at that time?
That was the impression that we were given, yes.
And what records did you review that made you believe that they were together in Minneapolis?
The itinerary that was sent to Nikki Entzel for a one-way flight to Minneapolis, her vehicle being, or a parking stub being issued on the 27th and paid for on the 29th using her credit card, and then a search history for that Starbucks location in Fargo, as the credit card associated with Earl Howard was traveling between Minneapolis and Bismarck.
And do you recall from the documents you reviewed when they arrived back in Bismarck?
I believe the first time frame that they come back into Bismarck is actually the following morning. Or I'm sorry. She went to Minneapolis on the 27th. They were in Minneapolis on the 28th. They traveled back on the 28th, and their first time being back in Bismarck was on the morning of the 29th.
And what do you have to show that?
We had video from the Staybridge Inn and Suites of Earl Howard arriving at the Staybridge Inn.
And were you able to tell what they had done on December 29th?
Yes.
And what was that?
They had gone to a number of different locations. I believe they went to Walmart here in town on 2 occasions. I believe they went to Senex and a McDonald's in Dickinson. I believe the Boot Barn was one of the places. That was also the date that they would have picked up, or that they would have gone to the Bismarck Airport and paid the parking. and picked up whatever vehicle was associated with that initial parking stub that was from the 27th.
So how were you able to put them in Dickinson on the 29th?
Again, it goes back to the Wells Fargo financial records and the cards that were being used at locations in Dickinson.
And what did you find that they were doing on December 30th?
So there's a number of activities that were taking place on the 30th, based off a video from the address on 43rd Avenue Northeast. I saw that Nikki Entzel's vehicle arrived at that location, then departed that location that morning, and then went to video of her at Community Options shortly thereafter. While she was at work at Community Options, the card, or there was information gathered from AT&T showing that Earl Howard was at their location, and then the Praxair receipt that we talked about earlier took place on the 30th as well.
And could you tell which card was used to purchase that tote at, or that torch tote at Praxair?
It was the card number associated with Earl Howard.
And this is all well, the Community Options video indicates she had come to work and stayed at work.
That's correct.
What else happened on the 30th from the records that you reviewed?
That's when the communication took place between Nikki Entzel and Chad Entzel discussing the bowling. That was a conversation initiated by Nikki Entzel, and then that conversation took place immediately prior to videos that showed Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard arriving at 4300 after Chad Entzel had left for bowling.
And that video information was from the home security system?
From the home security system and from the Staybridge Inn and Suites, or the Staybridge Suites video.
So what did you find when comparing the information from the Staybridge Suites video to the home security system video?
So originally, I guess it depends on at what point you're talking about, but essentially what we would see is we would see Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard leaving the Staybridge Inn and Suites, and then the video at the house showing up there shortly thereafter, and then leaving the house and then showing back up at the Staybridge Inn and Suites. That would have all been the later in the evening on the 30th.
Did the time seem to coincide with travel from the Staybridge to the home?
Yes, it did.
And did you use that kind of as a basis to determine an appropriate time from travel to the hotel to the home?
We used the travel time in that circumstance, as well as just online resources that would indicate certain travel times based on the time of day. So we would look at travel times between the two locations in the middle of the night versus during rush hour, and try to establish kind of a standard time that it would take to get to and from the two locations.
So after the video showed that Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard had been at the residence, could you determine where they had gone from there?
Back to the Staybridge Inn, or the Staybridge Suites.
Is there any indication how long they stayed there based on what you saw with the video or the key card reader?
Yes.
And what did you find from that?
That they were at the Staybridge Inn and Suites for a few hours, and then things after that, basically we combined with the information that I had received from Sergeant Silvernagel regarding his interviews, and then the information that we had gotten from the security system to piece together what went on from that point. For example, we didn't have video at the house at that point. We only had video from the hotel and the key card access, and then other security information from the house.
And that would be the door sensor entries and
That's correct.
exits. Were you able to confirm that Chad Entzel was indeed at bowling when those text messages with Nikki were occurring?
Yes, we were.
And how were you able to do that?
Video surveillance from the bowling alley, as well as interviewing individuals that he was bowling with.
And based on the surveillance that you observed, do you recall what hours he was at the bowling alley?
I don't recall the exact times. I believe he left the bowling alley around 10:15 or so that night.
And based on the information that you received, could you tell where he had gone after leaving the bowling alley?
We concluded that he ended up going back to the house because that's where his vehicle was located, and there was a corresponding door entry that happened at the same time that last video occurred. But that last video that occurred was the corrupted one, so we weren't able to see him actually drive up.
And was the time from the Midway Lanes video when he left to the time that the security at the house was going off, did they coordinate with travel time?
They were consistent with traveling from that location to the house, yes.
And you were able to see what vehicle he was driving at Midway Lanes, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the truck that was parked in the driveway?
That's correct.
After that activity, were you able to find anything in the records that indicated Chad ever left the house?
Nothing to suggest he left the house, no.
So after that 10:30 time frame on December 30th, could you tell from the records what activity Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard were engaging in?
Yes, we looked at hotel video and hotel key card systems showing the two individuals leaving the hotel early the next morning at, say, about at about 12:56 a.m.
And was there anything that you reviewed that you could tell where they had gone?
Shortly after that, at about 1:11 a.m., the entry door to the residence on 43rd Avenue opened up and then remained open until about 2:56 a.m. It remained open that entire time and then closed at about 2:56.
And of course, no corresponding video, correct?
None at the house.
Was there anything at the hotel that corresponded with them leaving the home at 2:56 in the morning?
Yes, at about, I believe it was 3:11 a.m. or so, Nikki Entzel returned to the hotel. And then about an hour later, Earl Howard returned to the hotel.
Was there anything from the records that indicated where Earl Howard was during that hour time difference?
Not that we were able to find, no.
What was the next activity you could find relating to Earl Howard and Nikki Entzel?
The next activity would have been about 6:20 in the morning, also on the 31st, where I believe Earl Howard is seen leaving the hotel on the hotel surveillance system. And then shortly after that, there's a door entry that's logged with the house at 43rd Avenue at 06:32 or 6:32 a.m. until 6:38 a.m. when that same door is closed.
Was there any indication on the surveillance that Nikki Entzel had left the hotel at that time?
There was not.
What was observed next as to where they were during, and this would be the early morning hours of December 31st now, correct?
Correct.
Was there any other indication where they had gone after that?
We had seen surveillance video from Community Options that showed Nikki Entzel arriving for work at about 7:48 a.m.
Was there indication from the surveillance when she left work?
Over lunch, she left at 11:52 a.m. and then would have returned at about 12:52 p.m.
Was there any indication in the records as to where she had gone during that time?
There was a purchase at CVS Pharmacy that we were able to locate that her card had been used for. We were able to find a corresponding receipt that had taken place at 12:02 p.m.
And that was using the card associated, or the debit card associated with which account?
Nikki Entzel with the joint account.
Between her and Chad, or her?
Her and Earl Howard.
Okay. Could you find anything on the hotel video or key card logs to indicate she may have gone back to the hotel?
There were key card swipes at the hotel that were associated with her. But one thing that we ran into as we were looking through this is the key cards were continually being replaced. So it appears that that's what happened, but we don't have video to go with as well.
Why isn't there any video?
So as I've had explained to me is the hard drive that the video was on was having issues or was very old, and so they were only able to extract certain amounts of video from it.
And do you recall what video they were able to obtain, or if it was a certain time frame, or was it sporadic throughout this timeline you built?
It was sporadic.
And there's no way to tell from the key card logs who was using which key card, correct?
To an extent. The way that the key cards were labeled, in some cases we were able to tell, and in other cases we weren't.
And give me an example of how you were able to tell who was using what card.
For example, later in that day, there was and this would have been on the 31st, there was a purchase made through Northwest Tire while Nikki Entzel was at work, and there was a key card that was swiping at the hotel while she was at work. And so that had a number associated with it that we would then say was Earl Howard. But then there was other times where they would issue a new card, and the new card would have one of the same three numbers, 0, 1, or 2. And so trying to keep track of them in some cases was difficult.
That transaction with Northwest Tire, when did that occur? Was that on the 31st, or was that a different day?
That was on the 31st. And it took place between 1:17 and 3:50 p.m.
And you said that was at a time that Nikki was confirmed to be at work?
That's correct.
Could you tell from the records you received when she left work that day?
At 5 p.m.
And was there anything that indicated where she had gone?
There was a key card access at the hotel shortly after that at 5:07 p.m. That was a number that wasn't the same as Earl Howard earlier in the day. So, for example, Earl Howard at the time of the Northwest Tire purchase was key card number 2. The key card that swiped at 5:07 p.m. was key card 0.
Was there any other activity at the house then after December 31st? At the last time that you had indicated there was activity, which would have been about 6:30 in the morning?
There was an additional opening and closing of the door at that residence on the 31st. It opened at 10:59 and closed again at 11:13 p.m.
Was there any indication who was at the house at that time?
Not from the information that we had.
No video from the Staybridge for that incident?
Correct.
Was that the last activity at the house then, prior to the calling in of the fire?
That was the last time any of the door sensors were activated. There was activity through the administrative log where there was logging into the account after that time, but nothing that actually showed activity taking place at the physical location.
What information could you tell about their timeline on January 1st?
That they'd gone to Riddle's Jewelry, and we got that information through video at that location, showing them meeting with a couple employees at Riddle's. That would have been at about 2:51 p.m. on the 1st. And again, that would have been through, they went into Riddle's, left, and then went back on the video, and they left ultimately at 4:40 p.m.
Do you know where they went after that?
There was key card swipes at the hotel, so I believe they went back to the hotel, but we didn't have any corresponding video to show that.
And what time was that first key card swipe then after the video showing them leaving Riddle's?
At 3:20 p.m.
So the key card swipe was at 3:20, but the information showed that they had left the Riddle's at 4:40 p.m.?
That's what the key card shows as a swipe at 3:20.
Do you know if anybody else was staying with them at the hotel at that time?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you know if anyone from the hotel had entered into that room at that time?
At that time, I'm unaware.
Okay. There's no video associated with that one, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any indications as to what they did on January 2nd?
On January 2nd is when we saw the card associated with Earl Howard start being used at locations consistent with traveling back towards Canada.
What did you see from the bank records to indicate that?
It was just locations that the card had been used in Indiana and Illinois.
And that was the card associated with Mr. Howard?
That's correct.
And what other information did you have regarding what Nikki was doing that morning?
We had video from Community Options again of her showing up for work that morning.
What time did she show up for work that morning?
At 7:39 a.m.
Did it show when she left work that day?
It showed 2 times that she left. One time that she left and then returned, and then another time that she left, and then shortly after that was when the emergency response took place.
Did you have any indication from the records what she was doing between the times that she left and returned to work?
Not that what she was doing. There are some records as to communications that she was having, but not to her physical location.
Were there any communications that were going on between the two of them during that day that you could find from the phone records?
Between the two of?
Sorry, between Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard.
I believe I would have to look back at the call log. I believe there was a number of phone calls that were taking place around that time.
And there's been testimony regarding Chad Entzel's workplace contacting Nikki Entzel during the day. Did you find those communications in her phone as well?
Yes, we did.
So what was the time that you have Nikki Entzel leaving work for the day on January 2nd?
At 5:03 p.m.
And can you tell, based on the records you received, what she did after she left work?
It appears that she drove directly to the address on 43rd Avenue
And there's the corresponding 911 call, correct?
at that location, yes.
Based on the records you received, do you know what she did in the days following reporting the fire?
I guess is,
Where she was at? There's been testimony that she went to Dickinson on the 3rd. Did you find any?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Was there anything that you found in the records that indicated what she had done on the 3rd?
I believe that the only thing that I had in that timeline that I put together is that she had contacted Progressive Insurance.
And that would be which policy?
That's a rental policy.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if I get this straight, just to get started here, if I picked up your phone and used it, would that indicate that I used it or you used it?
It would just indicate that the phone was in use.
Okay. But would the record show that you had used it? It would be a number associated to you or to me?
If you picked up my phone,
Correct.
it would show that it's associated with me.
Okay. So, in not all cases, but some cases, it's hard to determine who's actually using the phone, correct?
In some cases, it can be, yes.
Yeah. Because somebody could grab somebody's phone and use it without their knowledge, correct?
I would be on a case-by-case basis.
So there are significant gaps in your timeline where you had indicated that you couldn't track Ms. Entzel. Is that correct?
Would you have an example, I guess? Which timeline would you be discussing? Or
Well, you're saying that
Mr. Ross, pull the mic just a little closer.
You're saying that specifically at the hotel, you're indicating that it's sporadic, the video, and you were unable to retrieve any of the video in some instances, correct?
we were unable to retrieve some of the video, yes.
Okay. And then you also testified that the key cards are being swiped, but they're being swiped at times that you're testifying to aren't indicative of them being at the hotel, correct?
My understanding is when they're swiping the key cards that they're at the hotel, yes.
Okay. Were the key cards ever swiped where you had contradictory information?
Just in the one case that we were addressing earlier when both individuals were on video at Riddle's Jewelry and there was a key card swipe at the hotel.
But you also testified that there was a lot of key cards that were being used?
Information that was being given to us by the hotel was that Nikki Entzel and Earl Howard would continually come back looking for additional cards as they had lost one or had problems with one.
Okay. But you were unable to determine what times of the day that they had done that? Or on what day?
In a couple instances, the key card system would show that a new card was created, but it didn't appear that that was all-inclusive, no.
How many times did you go back to that house?
I believe I was there twice.
And that was January 2nd, correct?
January 2nd was the first time, yes.
And what other date?
February, I believe, was the 24th.
Okay, so approximately a month and a half had passed before we returned to
That's
that
correct.
residence? Okay. In between then, were you receiving any of the reports yet from the state lab? Did you receive any reports from the state lab in regards to the investigation?
I don't believe we would have received anything prior to the 24th.
Okay. Why did you go back out there on the 24th?
To execute a search warrant for that tote that oxyacetylene said.
Did you go anywhere else throughout the house?
I don't believe so, no.
You just entered the garage and that was it?
That's correct.
At that time, did the house appear to be, was it still in the same shape as it was when you left it on the January 2nd?
The garage was.
Okay. How about the house itself?
Again, I don't believe we went into the rest of the house.
And in your investigation, were you able to make any determination as to any of the things, any of the, say, the furnace or the hot water heater malfunctioning within that household?
I didn't find any evidence of either of them malfunctioning, no.
Did you talk to anybody who indicated as such?
I did not.
How many phones did you associate with Ms. Entzel?
I believe it was 4.
And you also indicated she had a iPhone watch?
That's correct, an iWatch.
Okay. How many of those phones was that linked to?
The iWatch?
Correct.
I believe there was data for it on just the one phone.
Just the one phone?
It's somewhat hard to tell because the phone that was originally turned over to law enforcement, I believe, was backed up. So on the phone that she had after that initial response, had iWatch data on it as well, but I don't know if that was from previous. So
Could have been duplicated?
I believe so. It may have had linked itself as well as a result. I wouldn't be sure.
Other questions, Your Honor?
Ms. Lawyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you're looking at activity on the phone, is there a way that you can look at corresponding activity to try to narrow down who the user may be?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
For example, if there was photographs that were taken at a specific time, if they would be close to the time of a phone call, or access information that would be unique to a specific user, such as a passcode, we would know that the phone could only be accessed by somebody with that passcode.
And there's a way when you're doing or when you're reviewing the extractions that you can put things in a chronological order, no matter what activity is, as long as it was pulled off the phone?
That's correct.
Was there anything that you viewed in the phone that that caused you to believe that, like, the iWatch data that was uploaded in the phone was from either multiple phones or multiple iWatches?
The data on the phone should just show the activity data that we had just showed activity. It doesn't specify that I recall which device it came in from.
And did it appear in looking at it? You said that you had found that data on her old phone and her new phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did you do a comparison between the two?
I did not.
Okay. Did you associate Mr. Howard and Ms. Entzel's activities with solely the key card swipes at the hotel?
No, it was a combination of numerous different sources of information.
So you said that they were at Riddles until approximately 4:40 p.m. on January 1st, but there was a key card swipe at about 3:20 on January 1st, correct?
That's correct.
But you also said that the video showed that they were at Riddles, then they left and they came back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me the timeframes that they were at Riddles for each of their visits?
I'd have to look at it here. So it shows them at Riddles at 2:51, and then there's two other videos of them moving around within Riddles where they didn't actually leave at 2:54 and 2:55. Then that key card swipe is at 3:20, and then their return to Riddles is at 4:25 and 4:40 is when they would leave again.
So they had left the store and they could very well have been at the hotel, according to the key card swipe
That's
and
correct.
the video from Riddles, correct?
That's correct.
When you went back, when you went back to the house on February 24th, you indicated that you had to get a search warrant to search the house for the torch kit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what was all the subject matter of that search warrant?
I don't recall. I believe it would have been that tote and photographs.
Associated with the tote,
Correct.
correct? So when you're executing a search warrant, when you found the item that you're searching for, are you allowed then to continue searching the residence?
Not if all the items that you were there to search have already been recovered.
And you found the torch kit in the garage, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't have any legal authority to go through the rest of the house to see if it was still in the same condition, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
That would be all I have, Your Honor, and I would request that he be excused from his subpoena.
Do you have any follow-up
Just a quick
questions?
When you had returned back to the residence to photograph the torch kit, it was no longer located below what appeared to be a ladder, correct?
The ladder appeared to have been moved, yes. The torch kit appeared to be in the same location.
Okay. Was a ladder the only thing that was moved in that garage?
There was a few items that had been moved in that garage.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Can he be released?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may testify in the remainder of the proceeding. Don't talk about your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness. Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. This, in the nature of what's going to be shown, it isn't best to break it up in the middle. So we're going to end early again today. But we will start again at 9 in the morning tomorrow. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So thank you all. We'll see you in the morning, and we'll have the bailiffs take the jury out. The jury has left the courtroom. There was a bench conference at 3:42. Ms. Lawyer informed the court that the next witness has a video that's probably about an hour and 40 minutes or so. And so to start it at this point, it would get broken up in the middle. So she asked if we could just finish for the day, and he would be the last witness tomorrow. Mr. Glass had no objection, and so we'll just proceed tomorrow at 9. Ms. Lawyer, anything else about that bench conference you want to put on the record?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Glass?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We'll see everyone in the morning.